Well, thank you very much indeed, guys. Doing a great job there with Hot FM. Stay with us on that channel, won't you, throughout the entire weekend and get lots of updates during the course of the weekend. Now, what a difference a day makes. For BCP Council and all the events team and all the services and volunteers supporting this fantastic show, a massively warm welcome to you on what we hope now is going to be 3 days of unrivaled sunshine, entertainment and an awful lot of family fun coming your way. In the air today, we've got your favourites like the Typhoon, of course, the Chinook, the Battle Brit Memorial Flight, and of course the iconic and faithful team, the Red Arrows, doing their best every time to perform what they can. But a couple of newbies on the programme for some of you that are long-termers at the Bournemouth Air Festival. Things like the Yak 50 doing a solo. You may remember the Yakovlevs from previous years. But this one now flown by an ex-Chinook trust of what was the Royal Navy Heritage flight, coming in with their newly formed Taranto formation with a Wasp helicopter and a very, very historic swordfish indeed. And then, of course, in the night, we then see a different genre altogether, where we go very concert style, and we just sit back in awe and see these amazing aircraft lighting up the sky. Well, that's happening in the air. I'm joined this year again today by my faithful wingman, Andy Robbins, ex-Red 10. You know him well. Good afternoon, Andy. Tell us what's going on around the ground.
Hello, George. It's lovely to be back at Bournemouth, and we had a different side of Bournemouth weather yesterday, but today we're looking forward to the sunshine. In the air and on the ground, we have an amazing air festival lined up for you today. Up on the cliffs and down on the beach, we've got all things for all people. Specifically, we've got some fantastic support from all arms of the armed services. RAF Village, the Royal Navy Village and the Army Village down on the beach. RAF Village, lots of stuff for everybody up there, cadets well manned. Then also down in the Navy Village with the Royal Marines, next to the festival hospitality marquee. That opens at 10 and that's already going. Down on the beach with the Army Village there with, I think the team rifles are there, with the tank regiment are there with a full-sized tank on the beach as well there, George. Then up on the East Cliff, just beyond the RAF Village, is the STEM Village. Absolutely fascinating series of tents sponsored by all sorts of lovely patron sponsors, starting by mainly Ultra Energy. There's all sorts of interactive games and displays, topics for virtual reality, and everything that's to do with the modern scientific world for the younger members of today's attendance here at the Bournemouth Air Festival.
Well, just setting the scene for you there today. What is going to be a fabulous day. Now, boys and girls, mums and dads, we need lots of help from you. First of all, picking up the aircraft. They could come in from the left-hand side or the right-hand side. Sometimes they come right over the top, so the quicker you spot them, the quicker we can see them. We're actually surrounded by a lot of infrastructure up here, and whilst we sound incredibly on top of it all, of course, we don't necessarily see everything that's going on. So it's great fun for the kids just to give us a good shout-out when you see the aircraft coming. They're literally based all over the country, the aircraft, and it's a massive coordination game thanks to Bournemouth Airport, really, really helping us. But the most important thing is general rules, of course, of the beach and a lovely family day out. Please, no clumbing up or down the cliff edges. That is all out of bounds during the course of the display and is very dangerous as well. You can already see where some of the slippages have occurred. So please don't wander into those areas. While you're on the beaches or around town, please take all your belongings with you or look after them in one place. That includes the children as well. We can help, of course, with people who go astray. All the friendly stewards, police all around the site will help you out with any problems and issues that you may well have. But of course, just maybe make sure that the children have your telephone number on them, and that would help us recover and get you all together later on. While you're doing that, please make sure that you dispose of rubbish sensibly. We've done our really, really best. BCP working very hard to ensure that the show is as sustainable as it possibly can. And we need your help of disposing of all your rubbish as sensibly as possible. Indeed, we're looking at all sorts of other measures as well. If you've got people coming over the weekend, do encourage them. I know the trains aren't running. That's not very helpful for us. But if you can fill up the cars, of course, and really good value car parking, then it all helps as well. Otherwise, cycle, walk, and just enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Now, we know you're going to be chilling out on the beach. That's what we want you to do while you're watching the aircraft as well. But there is a swim line. It's got little yellow buoys all the way along the beach. Please stay on the beach side of those buoys so that we do not interrupt the flying display itself. And then, of course, finally, just please remember to look after yourselves, look after everybody else, but don't rush anywhere. We're expecting a very big crowd here this afternoon, and just go safely. But we want you to explore what's around the site as well. And, of course, part of that, of course, is to ensure that it remains safe both in the air and on the ground. And we've got another very important warning. Andy.
Yes, I think we heard Hot Radio mention this earlier, but it's to do with the drone notice. This is an aerial flying display of only invited participants. So we'd ask that those that might be thinking of getting a nice little overhead family photo, please do not even be tempted to get the drone out of the bag. It is not to be flown here at this festival at all. There are some very clever police devices that can detect the drones, but please have a consideration for the aerial participants. It's for their safety primarily. We don't want drones in the air at the same time as engines are flying up and down the beach, because when they meet, it is not good news, specifically for the kind person that's displaying on the air. So we'd ask that you please do not even get them out of the bag. Please leave them at home. Don't even bring them. And as George mentioned earlier, the safety is also very important. And there's a kids zone down on the beach safety scheme, which is there to prevent the loss and to help reunite lost children. You can collect a free wristband, and it's free for the children to wear. Specially trained Alliance Kids Zone staff and the RNLI lifeguard towers is where, if you find someone else's lost child or indeed have lost your own, please do contact the RNLI. Volunteers are able to put you into the process of regaining and or returning that lost child.
Well, thanks very much, Andy. Well, what's going on right now is that we are talking intensively with all the safety staff. You can see a lot of activity out on the water there. You can see the patrols getting into place because we want to ensure that the maritime area stays safe as well. That's protecting both the yacht owners. By the way, yacht owners, do spread the word to listen in to us as well. We're streaming via AeroView.TV as well. If you've got it on your smart devices, then you can follow the whole thing, get close-up and personal television pictures, as well as listening to the commentary as well. That'd just be terrific for you to spread that word. It's lovely to see you. Let's hope we get lots more maritime visitors over the weekend as well. And let's also just focus on one or two other aspects of safety. I mentioned the swimming line as well, but of course, airspace is very important. We've got a full management team up here doing that, and there may well be changes to the program. So do please bear with us during the course of the afternoon. We'll keep you updated on everything you need to know.
And a good way of keeping up to date is with the Festival app, sponsored by the Porsche Centre.
Oh, yes, we are certainly going to have a lovely day, that is for sure. Well, one of the things that's going on right now, because we're starting off with a parachute display team, is that we're not just preparing the air for action, we're preparing the ground as well. And just in advance of them starting, which is in about 10 minutes' time, we've got their team commander busy texting his members in the aeroplane just to double check they're all on board. The good news is when the radio starts cackling into life, we know action is coming our way. We've got Captain Oliver Sword-Gurney. Ollie, what is going on now? What is essential this early preparation stage with your team?
So the team have already taken off. So they've already flown from Netheravon. They're in the aircraft now. I've got the DZ control, which is operated by Private Ryan Clark. He's down there currently setting out the T, doing last-minute wind readings, getting ready to set up the drop zone, really. So it's looking good. Good height and nice light winds, which means it'd be fast landings.
Of course, yeah. It's like happy landings, isn't it? Fast. Is that a sort of code amongst you guys? You like a fast landing, do you?
Well, we'd rather have a little bit of wind to have a bit more of a softer landing. But certainly with the tracks the tracks in the beach being churned up by the Viking and the other armoured vehicles has really, really helped us. So that makes it even more interesting. So we love the joint cooperation.
Yeah,
but we've got a nice churned up DZ, fast landing, so it's going to be a very exciting time. So thank you very much, Senior Service.
Well, it's part of your training, isn't it? Yeah, you can put this in desert tactics or something like that, whatever it is you may deploy to. But what are you aiming for today? I mean, it looks to me like you've got unlimited sky.
We do, with the blue skies. It's not what we thought this morning. This morning it was very hit and miss, but now with the massive blue skies, big patches above us, we're looking for a good 6,000 feet, which means we get the full show, so we'll have a free fall group and a crew group.
And boys and girls, I'm going to warn you off now. Ollie is going to be calling for lots of light entertainment and team involvement. Is that right?
100%. We need the encouragement, so big cheers.
Fantastic. Okay, well, right, Andy, how can everybody find out a little bit more?
Well, the key to all of this, George, is communication and information. And so if you look around, there'll be the festival stalls with all the information on. And in particular is the festival brochure, printed up here by the Daily Echo for only £6.50. You get all the details of the Bournemouth Air Festival. And it shows you all the information that's going on, both traders, local people that are supported, the patrons and Air Festival supporters. It gives you the breakdown and the lowdown and the locations of where everything has happened, both in the lower gardens, down in the West Pier, up on the East Cliffs, down on the beach. Everything is laid out in the festival brochure, and a small proportion of that money does go to the teams, with just a little bit of a nod to the coronation year that we saw earlier in the year. So with that information also comes the ability to download a Bournemouth Festival app, and in the Bournemouth Festival app you then get the last minute updates and changes that clearly can't make it into the printed media, so you will therefore get the late changes on the flying programme.
Well, we're certainly chilling out now for a superb afternoon's entertainment. And the great news is we have an aircraft about to come in to start the show for us. To tell us all about that, please welcome back Captain Oliver Sword-Gurney.
George, it is a great pleasure to be back here at the Bournemouth Air Festival, and what a great day it is. So my name is Captain Oliver Sword-Gurney. I'm the officer commanding of the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team. I'm currently up on top of the cliff where the commentary is, overlooking our DZ. But down in the DZ we have Private Ryan Clark, who set out the T. He's doing his last-minute wind checks, and we'll be getting ready to pop smoke. So he'll be giving a big wave to you on the crowd there. So that is Private Ryan Clark. Okay, DZ control. We're also supported just opposite the DZ by our surge troops from the 1st Battalion Princess of Wales's Royal Regiment. So there's 4 soldiers down there. Equally ready and keen to engage with you guys, and they're also going to get to watch a jump, and then we're going to throw them out of an aircraft quite shortly when the display season sort of tidies itself up. So at the moment we got an aircraft sort of coming in, the Cessna 208 Caravan, flown by the Army Parachute Association base at Netheravon, our home base. So it's not very far away from here. It's only a very short flight, like a 20-30 minute flight straight across. However, it's about an hour and a half's drive. So they're already in plane. They're above us at the moment, sort of coming in very shortly to do the Woody run, which we like to do just to check the winds. Okay, it's Woody stands for wind drift indicators. But just before they get themselves ready to bring them in, there's a couple of safety notes, as always, with everything to do with what we do in the military now. So there'll be a few bit of smoke going, so please don't worry about the smoke. It's completely harmless, non-toxic, but if it does get into your faces, it may stain your clothes, so just sort of dress out the smoke. And then also the guys will be landing onto the beach, but if for whatever reason a freak gust of wind blows them away and they look like they're landing towards you, then please just calmly move to one side, let them land, gather their things in, send them up to me, and we'll have a bit of a debrief. So that is just in case, but very, very unlikely. I mean, to be on the display team, they need to have a minimum of 200 jumps, and then to actually be jumping here at the Air Festival, they need a little bit more, because it's quite a complicated DZ with this cliff. So that's the aircraft coming in at the moment. So if you're looking out to the sea, if you look over the left-hand side, you'll see the aircraft Cessna 208 Caravan, flown by a pilot called Ross. He's one of our display pilots. He comes along to all our shows. A fantastic display pilot he is. A civilian pilot, civilian aircraft. We're not allowed to jump out of military aircraft, but that's a whole different story. Please do chat to people about that. So this is the aircraft flying over now. It's about 1,500 feet. So give them a big cheer, ladies and gentlemen. 3, 2, 1. Give them a big cheer. They'll be able to hear you. Doors open. Jump master's sort of hanging out the door now. So 3, 2, 1. Big cheer. There you go, there's the encouragement. They'll be waving out the door now. Absolutely love to hear the crowd. And any second now they'll be throwing out the wind drift indicators just to assess the wind. So they're flying over the top now, right over the top of the commentary box. And then soon the display jump master, which for today is Private Matthew Botwright. He's already dispatched the wind drift indicators. You can see the sun was blinding me. So these coming down now. So they're yellow and red streamers, the Americans like to call them. So they are complete tissue papers. They completely biodegradable. They'll disappear into the environment, and completely fine. So if you do catch them though, bring them over to us. We'll sign them, and it'll be a little present to take away. So it looks like they are going to drift potentially over the beach, but they may land in the sea. So the aircraft now is circling. So it's circling, banking to the left, which is where the door is on the aircraft. So the display jump master, Private Matthew Botwright, and Ross the pilot will now be watching these wind drift indicators, how they fall, where they go, and then that will set up for the spot. And it looks like got a pretty bang on spot when they chuck those out, so that'll probably be where they're going to get out, but a little bit higher. So what we're looking to go for today is a nice full show at 6,000 feet. So the pilot's going to take a little bit of time as it gets up to altitude. They've watched the wind drift indicators land. They're sort of drifting over the beach now, so if anyone wants to catch them, bring them over to us and we'll sign them. So it looks like a good catch. So it's still circling. It's going to start climbing up to altitude, and it'll take a bit of time to do that before they set. So what's happening in the aircraft right now is they've done the assessment, they've watched the wind drift indicators, Clarkie's popped some smoke on the beach, so we saw how the smoke reacted, and now they're doing quick battle orders. So very much like what we do in our normal jobs within the infantry. We've done our sort of like a little recce. We've done our assessment. We're now delivering the brief. So Private Botch right there is in the back. He's got the team together. He's discussing with the pilot where they're going to go, where's the spot, where they're going to run in, and now they're delivering his orders. So he's going to tell what order the aircraft, the guys are going to get out, and then he's also going to talk about what formations they're doing. This always makes it hard for me, okay, as a commentator. Unlike a lot of the other people, it's quite easy with an engine to fly around. Not that it's a difficult skill at all, but we have to battle the winds, we have to battle the elements. So what the guys will do, I have absolutely no idea. Okay, it completely changes every time they get out. But what we should see two groups. We should see a free-fall group, and we should see a crew group. Crew stands for Canopy Relative Work, and this is one of our specialities, and you don't tend to see it at many display teams because it's quite dangerous, and we like to do it because it's really, really fun and exciting, and it helps boost our sort of courage, our discipline, and the aim to adventurous training. So Canopy Relative Work is where the guys would get out there, deploy their parachutes immediately on exit, and then they crash into each other, which is quite dangerous. If they get it wrong, then they can end up in a wrap, and then that makes it quite a tasty little experience. However, these guys are incredibly experienced. Got to have a minimum of 30 displays, as well as being a Canopy or CF Canopy Formation 2 awarded, and then you can actually do it together, and then they link up with probes. Once they got that, they do a stack, they then transition into a formation, which could be a Canadian T or it could be a triboside. So we'll see what the guys do. So the aircraft sort of like circling up now, is punched out to sea, and it'll be turning around and then bringing itself up into the jump run very shortly. So while it's doing that, then please do get your cameras ready. We love to see all the social media you guys post. Certainly at these massive air festivals. Bournemouth Air Festival is one of our favourites to display at. But it is our favourite. It's the biggest air show within Europe, or free air show. So it is absolutely wonderful to be here. And it's local to us. So we also get to bring our families, partners, our friends. Quite a lot of the families and friends are down there in the arena for some of the jumpers because we go all over the country during the summer season. It's quite hard work for the guys being away from family and friends for so long. So it's such a privilege to be local to where we're based, up in Salisbury, and then get our families down. So that's one of the other special things about this. And it also really helps support Headquarters Southwest, who are down in running the Army Village. So please do come down to the Army Village, come and meet the guys, and then chat to everyone else in the armed forces collectively, but certainly the Army. Have a little sit on the Challenger 2 battle tank down there, have a little chat with the guys in the surge troops in our gazebo, but also the Army Village, and have a discussion about what it's like to be in the Army and the lived experience. But please do definitely share your pictures on social media. It really helps us jump out of planes and not dig trenches in Salisbury Plain. So that's the aircraft there, smoke on. If you look straight up, you see the smoke's on. That means they're ready to dispatch. So give them a bit of encouragement. 3, 2, 1, say jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. And there they go. So that's the team out. All they come down. You're going to see the free fall group now. So they put the smoke on, they've got out, and then the crew group be slowly behind them. So the free fall group would have burned down a little bit lower, and then they deploy their parachutes, and then they're getting set up, to go through it. So that's the aircraft, completely carrying on. It's going to carry on circling, but that's the crew group out. The free fall still burning down. You can see the smoke, so they're burning down pretty low to about 3,000 feet. They might open the parachute at some point. There they go. So that's them deploying. And then they're getting ready to set up the position. So the free fall group, burning down with smoke, getting ready, and then you've got the crew group just above them. But you see the free fall group, they will set the pattern, they will set the landing pattern and the landing direction as they come into land. So you got Corporal Eddie Rudd from the 1st Battalion, or the 1st Fusiliers, Royal Regiment Fusiliers. He's deployed the infantry flag, so he'll be setting the landing pattern coming in. Try not to blind yourself as you stare up into the sun. So he's deployed his flag. It's a 200 square foot infantry flag, just remembering that we are infanteers. Behind him, you'll have Private Barney Martin, who's deploying the UJ leg flag. So he set up a UJ flag, he's clipped it to his risers, and then behind that, you have Corporal Hurst, who has then got the red smoke. So that forms a free fall group. So they're coming down and setting up, and then we're coming into land. While they're doing that, I just want a big shout out to the Coast Guard. So thank you very much to the Coast Guard, getting really hot in their dry suits, just in case the guys land in the water. Shouldn't happen, but we do like to land in the water sometimes, certainly on a hot day like that. So thank you very much to the Coast Guard out there doing their thing while the guys are coming into land. So here he goes, coming in. If you've got particularly eagle eyes while you're watching the free-fall group go in, have a little look behind them and you'll see the crew group have formed a Canadian T, and then they've dropped a flag, but I can't see what it is because the sun's blinding me. So Corporal Eddie Rudd is coming in now. He's doing his final turns. He's got the infantry flag down. He's heading down to the T. Is he going to make the T? There he is. Look how close that is to the cross. What a great landing. Give him a big cheer, big round of applause. Here comes Private Barney Martin with the leg flag. And then you got Corporal Highland just behind. Last but no means least, bring it in. But if I could direct you now, gents, ladies and gentlemen, the T has now split. Okay, you've got two-way downplane about to happen in a minute. So they dropped off Private Jackson, okay, flying the flag, 200 square foot flag. And then they got the downplane happening now. So they transitioned the two-way into the aircraft, well, into the parachutes, pointing straight down to the beach, accelerating very fast. Sergeant Frank Millerick's behind, spinning around, trying to keep action on filming it. And that is the transition for a downplane. It is pretty rapid when they point their parachutes to the ground, and then they're going to go for a split. There it is, there's a split, and then they're going to set up into their landing pattern. So there you go, so there you got coming in there, Sergeant Frank Millerick, okay, on a 120 canopy, tiny canopy, a little bit of a swoop landing. How accurate that is, right across the cross. And then you got Private Will Sims with the red smoke, and Private Matthew Botwright, okay, with the green smoke that's just come out there, coming in for a landing. Here he comes. There's Private Botwright with a little heel kick, and he's down. What an accurate landing is. Private Will Sims coming in, right on top behind him, straight onto the cross, and then Private Jacob Jackson, 200 square foot Union flag, okay, bringing it down. So that's them, that's the team fully down. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That is a team safely down. Please do share all the pictures on social media. Okay, what is going to happen now is that a team are going to drop their kit, they're going to gather into the cross, and then they're going to have a very hot debrief where they're going to discuss, quickly just talk through the jump. We like to do that, okay, just with anything we do in the military. Hot debriefs are quite important. It's fresh in the mind. We could talk through things that we could work on, things to sustain, things to build on, all that sort of stuff, okay, and make sure it's all safe. But that's the team down. The aircraft is flown back off to Netheravon, back off the top. Once the guys have had their debrief, okay, they're then going to move and then carry out a salute, okay, where they're going to form up, okay, on the beach. We're going to have a VIP who's going to come in from the council, and they're going to have a salute. Once the salute is done, we will allow you onto the beach, and then you can form a nice little orderly queue, come and get some pictures with the team, meet and greet the team. We'll sign some autographs, sign some brochures, and then you can have a nice good chat. And then the team will then move into our little stand. We'll support the surge troops for a little bit, and then we'll move slowly, okay, all the way to the top cliff where we'll repack our parachutes onto the grass. We don't like to pack them on the sand because the parachute system is quite expensive and sand isn't really good for the material. And you know, the Army hasn't got a lot of money, so we like to make sure we repair them. So we bring them up into the grass, makes it a little bit easier to pack. So please do share us, share the stories, put it on social media, Tigers Army Parachute Display Team. And of course, if you want to jump with us, you can. Okay, you can give us a message, get on our website, book a tandem skydive. We can jump with the team. There is a cost to that, but we could discuss that. And then you can easily throw you out of an aircraft. And if you wanted to learn to skydive, the Army Parachute Association will teach you how to skydive. It's based up in Salisbury, so not too far from here. You can learn advanced freefall, become a skydiver, fully licensed skydiver, or you could do static line. Okay, that is all available to you, whether you're a civilian or service personnel. If you are service personnel, likewise, we can organise adventure training, so do come and chat to us. We can take you out to California, to Florida on an expedition, throw your squadron, your platoon, whatever it is, out of an aircraft, okay, under the aims of AT, and we can easily facilitate that. So again, it's another offer that we can give back to the service personnel community. Doesn't matter what cat badge or what service, we can do it. So please do come and have a chat with the team. So the team now having their hot debrief, okay, they're on the cross doing their discussions, and then very shortly they're going to go out, okay, and get ready for the salute.
And the salute today is being taken by the leader of BCP Council, Councillor Vicky Slade. So thank you so much, BCP, for supporting the team.
Okay, so once the salute has completed, please do come onto the beach, but don't forget, if the weather stays as it is now, which is looking likely for the rest of the day into the evening, the guys will be heading back to re-in-plane, and then we've got a night jump. Night jumps are pretty spectacular. So you see what we just there, but you get to see a little bit of more interesting formations while the guys are also setting themselves on fire with the pyrotechnics. So it'd be a really exciting spectacle. So that's them then marching up to do the salute.
Ollie, if I can just say, you mentioned AT a moment ago. Can you explain what it is that you do as part of AT? I know it's adventurous training. Why is that part of your infantry training?
So adventurous training is across all 3 services, and it is a way of testing service personnel, putting them in controlled risk environments, and then testing them. So we equivalent it to stepping out the front gate in a forward operating base, okay, in some very kinetic environment. So having that courage to step out and do the job as an infantry or whatever it is that you do as a soldier, sailor or air person, then it is something that we really want to test. And it's really hard to facilitate that when you're not actually getting shot at. So the way we do that is putting somebody in a door, okay, of an aircraft, and then them having the courage to exit that aircraft at 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 or 13,500 feet, and then also deploy the parachute, carry out all the training necessary with it. Okay, we don't just do it through parachuting, we do it through a lot of different things as well. So rock climbing, testing someone's agility, their strength, problem solving on a cliff face above the ocean, 50 foot up with nothing but a few wires into the cliff, or whether it's through ski touring, taking them into the backcountry, through avalanche conditions, okay, in the depths of winter, in the height of the Alps, and then them having to navigate, ski, and not get themselves into problems. All that adventure training is there, and it's a way of developing individuals in leadership as well. So you can have private soldiers or lance corporals, junior managers leading, and also sort of challenging and coming up with managing situations at a very sort of complicated area and complicated terrain. So adventure training is one of those amazing things that the military has to offer. The army does it very well, okay, and we get to go out all sorts of places. Like across the team, we've got people who have gone sailing in the Caribbean, going through tropical storms as well. And then we've also had people go out do mountaineering. Obviously skydiving is one of the big things that we sort of focus on, but we like to test other areas. But it's not just adventure training, it's also sport. Okay, we do a lot of sport, whether that is football or horse riding. There's all sorts of different things that is on offer that you get paid to do, which is one of the most exciting things. And you also get qualifications and skills that are transferable because they are civilian qualifications run by national governing bodies.
Thank you very much, Ollie. That's a great explanation. I can understand now why I was in the military a few years. It's an awful lot. It's fun as well as adventure, isn't it? But it's also hard work and that skill training. I've got to take my hat off. We've all known Frank a huge number of years. He is a legendary parachute jumper now. That was the most astonishing. That's worthy of a Red Arrow Cyclone, that manoeuvre. But you mentioned he had a particularly special chute. Can you tell us a bit more about that chute?
So that chute is the smallest parachute we have, which is 120 square foot. So it's not particularly big, like the flags is bigger than that parachute. And because of its shape and its dynamic performance, you're able to do quite complicated canopy formation, so swooping. So CT4 is the canopy training 4 is what you should have legacy. But because Sergeant Millerick has been in the team for so long, has been parachuting for so long, he's got a lot of legacy qualifications where he's able to do that even though he hasn't technically got the newer qualifications. So he's got dispensation from the national governing body to do that and also do our night jump. So without him, we wouldn't be able to do that. And that's because he's got like easily over 8,000 jumps. He's been on the team about sort of 12 years and he is just absolutely astonishingly good at parachuting. And also fishing now is his new pastime. And he's just won infantry colours for fishing. Not for parachuting though, but he has won it for fishing.
Now that is a new one. Infantry colours for fishing.
Still pulling lines as well, George, isn't he?
Pulling a line, absolutely. And the one that got away, no doubt he's still after.
Yeah, definitely, 100% there.
Right, is that a wrap for you guys?
That is us done. So thank you very much, Bournemouth. Please do keep an eye to the skies this evening. It's been an absolute pleasure. Please share and like what we do on social media, and do come and chat to the team, and then chat to the army down in the Army Engagement Village, and have a discussions about have a think about your career in the army.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, put your hands together for Captain Oliver Sword Gurney there. Fantastic commentary and a really outstanding display. We just love having the Tigers with us every year here. And 2 jumps a day. As you know, they not only started off the display, they're going to finish off the whole day as well. Plenty more coming your way very shortly. The delightful sounds of the cause there. And of course, just a reminder that we've got a huge number of people helping us put the show on. And the Tigers there performing courtesy of the Highcliffe Marriott Hotel. So grateful thanks to you very much indeed. But a whole host of other supporters throughout the course of the afternoon with Bournemouth Airports, the Cumberland Hotel, Thales, and of course Ultra Energy supporting that fabulous STEM village. We're coming up in a few minutes' time. We got our first really interesting and balletic display for you. But throughout the course of the afternoon, of course, plenty of other really dynamic acts, as well as some sublime and interesting historic features as well. So you're aware of my wingman here, Andy. It's a while since you've dipped into an air show. What are you particularly looking out for this afternoon?
Well, I think it's the variety of acts on display, where the military may not have quite so many aircraft available these days, certainly with the many committed overseas, and fewer types as that I would have remembered when I was growing up. I think it's the variety we see here, both military and civilian, and a lot of them supported by charities. You've got the Navy Wings Taranto formation, which is the Navy Wings charity, to support their flying aircraft, their heritage aircraft. Then you've got private aircraft owned and managed with sponsors to do really beautiful displays. A former Yakovlev Yakovlev Yak 50 aircraft flown by Paul Former. That's coming in. We've got the rocket jet pit, which is fantastic to see. And then overseas heritage flights as well from the Norwegian Vampire. So we've got some lovely things going on, including, first time for Bournemouth, I think, is the Bronco, which is privately owned and privately managed through a team of volunteers. A beautiful, lovely aircraft, which we'll see a bit later. And then under industry sponsorship and management, we've got a little bit later, we've got the Merlin formation, which is the Spitfire Mark 9 and the P-51 Mustang. And they very much are showcasing the beauty of both those aircraft, and owned and run by Rolls-Royce and flown by Rolls-Royce pilots.
Well, interesting enough, I didn't mean to shut you off so abruptly, but you're obviously having trouble with your teeth there, Andy. We'll come back in a moment. Just a few minutes to run now to our first display. Oh, delightful stuff from Bruno Mars there, just joining us along nicely this afternoon. We all hope you're having a great time. Listen out, boys and girls, get your eyes in the skies. We've got some aeroplanes on their way in. I can hear them chatting away to air traffic control. And just a reminder, of course, do please keep a hold of all your belongings, won't you? Keep everybody safe, and we're trying to restrict incidents to the absolute minimum. But that sun coming through still very strong, and it's going to be the same over the weekend as well. So do please look after the children particularly. Make sure they've got a hat on, lots of sunscreen, and of course drinking plenty of fluids as well. Well, the next aircraft you will recognise if you've been a fan of the Bournemouth Air Festival for the last 15 years, because it is a pair of aircraft that used to regularly perform here with two different pilots. They've now moved on into the heavyweight Warbird community. But these two guys, similar background to them. They're both Warbird and indeed plus plenty of other aviation experience as well. But in the hands of Nigel Reed and John Dodd, this rebranded Firebird team, I like to call this act, though, the Daybirds, because their Firebird branding is really very much linked to their evening twilight shows, which you're going to see a little bit later on. But keep your eyes peeled. We'll make it about 1 minute. You should be able to pick them up very soon, but they're not the easiest aircraft to see. They're very light. They are also painted white, mainly, which is doesn't make life much easier for you. But they're a super little aircraft. They come from a family of manufacturers called Vans. This particular is an RV4, a pair of RV4s. They're fantastic little sport and touring aircraft, really, really successful. They are by far and away the most popular home-built kit planes in the world. Literally well over, I think it's in excess of 11,000 now, and the series going up to 12, so I think on to 14s. It's a really, really superb aircraft, really joyous little thing. It's not only a good tourer, you know, room for the baggage and good economics as well, but of course it's neatly designed for aerobatic flight as well. Weighing in just under 500 kilograms, it's about the third of a weight of a VW Golf, and fitted with a 5.3 litre, 160 horsepower engine, giving it pretty good performance.
Is there an age limit?
So, if you look far out to sea now, over on what we call the B axis, there are two different types of axes, the A and the B. We'll often refer to the crosscuts as well. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please welcome the Firebirds. So what you're going to see is a consummate display of Ballistic pairs formation flying. Quite the most satisfying flying in my particular book. It's always lovely to see this because it takes a lot of precision, a lot of training, and of course an awful lot of trust as well. The leader concentrating on keeping his wingman out of trouble by flying exactly the right lines and the right formations at the correct speeds. And the wingman, of course, absolutely sticking him like glue on the wing there, replicating every single maneuver that they're going through. And at the same time, of course, performing the shapes, the gentle rolls, the tumbles, and the loops. And they're just as they come over the top of the loop, looking over the back over their heads to ensure that they're level with the horizon, and that enables you to complete the loop, pulling out at the bottom side there. So this is the sort of thing you can put together in your own backyard and really then just get it shipped down to whatever airfield or strip you can find. It's a really joyous little airplane, and these guys, they've got absolutely bucket loads of experience behind them, but they just love this form of flying as well. They were actually built across the pond over in the Stales, these particular two, but brought across by their previous owners. And I think you can appreciate just what a delightful genre of flying and displaying this is. And you'll see them again later in the evening, but you won't necessarily appreciate all the detail and finesse of these maneuvers because, of course, they'll be lit up with a lot of fireworks on their wings as well. Two-seat tandem configuration. Dual controls in the rear seats, giving it a real sort of fighter pilot feel. Very versatile speed range as well with these, making it ideal for these sort of aerobatics as well. And requiring a very, very short length of runway, just 300 to 400 yards, giving it a sort of semi-stole performance. We'll drop in and out of the cockpit in a moment, and you'll hear the cadence of how these guys work. It's all done on the final what can we say, impression of the last syllable of whatever the command is, and that is when the input to the controls happens. Going through their own version of the Cyclone, very popular with most display teams. So you just heard Nigel there putting in the commands, flying it as smoothly as possible. It takes an awful lot of effort and training to fly such detailed, tight formation aerobatics. And a lovely maneuver, one rolling, one going into a loop. And all the times, of course, that smoke, not just for aesthetic effects, but also for safety as well. So to ensure that they can pick each other up in flight as they come out of those different maneuvers, and then neatly slotting back into their pairs formation. All the teams flying smoke, of course, only a limited duration of that, so they put it on at the key moments. Putting it a little right twist in here, that this time going all the way round as if flying around the outside of a very, very large barrel. That is quite a steep barrel roll. And you can hear the chitter-chatter in the background there, very calm. Absolutely key that they keep that cadence flowing so that, of course, the wingman, it's well rehearsed, but he just knows exactly when to put in that little input. Quick plug for Nigel Reed now. He's very much a local boy from just down the road in Poole. Started flying at a really, really early age, and his father was an engineer with Flight Refueling. You may well remember that company, originally based at Tarrant Rushton, just up the road in Dorset. Nigel very much messing about with his father's Gypsy Moth in the early days. And as a young lad, was brought up with a father that had been flying Meteors, Canberras and Sea Vixens, an extraordinary history already in the family. Nigel joined the ATC just down the road. He joined that squadron in Poole, introduced to gliding and air experience flying, a great way to start flying, by the way, all you youngsters out there. It's also quite a cheap way, and if you join the air experience flight, you'll get it done for pretty well much next to nothing. Great crossover. Nigel went on to join the Royal Air Force and was one of the last pilots to have completed the tactical weapons course on the Hunter at Brawdy, and there progressed on to the Jaguar before then going in to fly Boeings, the 75s, the 4s and the 777s for a well-known airline. In the other cockpit, we got Doddy, as he's known to his mates. John grew up in Scotland. Was a very keen model flyer and also Air Training Corps. Went to Dundee University and got involved with the Dundee Flying Club. Would you believe started out as a research scientist for the Ministry of Defence at the RE establishment at Farnborough, starting flying chipmunks, tiger moths. So a very, very varied background. Keep your eyes peeled now, coming towards the end for another good photo shoot as they whip past each other. Putting that quarter twist, that's what we call a quarter clover. Putting up underneath. Now, going up into a stall turn now. Let's see if they can do it in total synchronicity. They go up until they've almost lost all the airspeed and then put a big boot of rudder. And you hear the input there from Nigel. And there they go. When he's not messing about with big airplanes, Dotty's main passion is with a lot of the old warbirds. Began flying the Rapide and DC-3 years ago with Air Atlantique. Wonderful, wonderful time that was. Coming towards the tail end of their display now. And I think you'll agree that's definitely worth coming back later this evening to see these magnificent pilots and aircraft with all their various LED lights and fireworks on as well. So being latter-day pilots to a certain extent, they thought it was a great opportunity to buy these aircraft off the previous owners. And they can continue flying these for many, many years to come yet. They're pulling up, going through 3, 4G as they go up into this turn. They'll be pulling right up, checking over their heads, getting the cadence right, getting the maneuvers absolutely spot on, looking over their heads. So he'll be looking, Dotty be looking forward now to pick up the leader. The aircraft very capable, able to pull up to 6G or -3. 6 awful, of course, a lot more easy to control than negative, which you can't do an awful lot about. And clearly modified for this show by using their smoke systems, and then later on tonight their own pyrotechnics. Also fitted with inverted fuel systems, giving them the opportunity to load the aircraft a little bit more. So you hear the chitter-chatter going on in the background there. Quite mesmerizing flying. Absolutely delightful pair of guys, these. And pulling up now. Time to hug your partners, make a wish, or whatever. Just think of the others that you love in your family, the Firebird's heart. And ladies and gentlemen, completing their display, massive warm applause. I think we can pass that on to them as well. They won't get the chance this time to give you a flyby, but nonetheless, we'll encourage you to do a bit more of that a little later on. We're very consummate flying. Andy, what do you make of that?
Well, it's some really beautiful flying there by some real experts, masters of their trade, I think, George. Nige and Dodsey there, they've been flying a fair wee while. Local lads, boys and girls. And they've been really showed us what a skillful, masterful flying looks like in that beautiful balletic and graceful display from the Firebirds there. You can clearly tell that they really enjoy their flying, and that aircraft, the RV4, is just a beautiful aircraft for carrying out aerobatics. It is useful as a transit aircraft, but not so much when two up, because it does change the center of gravity. I'm reliably assured by Dodsley this morning. But yes, an absolutely beautiful little display there. And I think it's going to be really enhanced with everyone coming back and seeing them later this evening. They're on a little bit later this evening as part of the night show, which starts just after 7:30 tonight.
Okay, well, we're going to change the genre now. So anybody that's frightened of loud noises, please be prepared, both with your children and your little dogs as well, because we've got a change in the schedule. The main Battle Britain Memorial flight delayed leaving Coningsby. They'll be with us a little later on. So we're just going to fly the Typhoon on its own with Matt Brighty, of course. Look out on the left-hand side. You may well see him manoeuvring. Andy, a few quick snippets about this, because you don't get the chance to say much during a Typhoon display.
Yes, the Typhoon is the commentator's dream, because the Eurofighter makes such beautiful noise that it does all the talking for you. But I think if we look out to our left-hand side, we're just trying to pick out in the distance. I think he's in the just in the eastern hold at the moment, waiting for the airspace to clear. And he's going to be looking into the airspace here to make sure that just that little bit of cloud is nicely out the way as well.
Oh, yes, you can hear him there pulling a tight turn. Well, the stats are just fantastic with this aircraft. Breaks off to 35,000 feet and Mach 1.5 in just a minimum 2.5 minutes. Phenomenal stuff. Able to withstand up to plus 9G and minus 3. Altitudes just in excess of 55,000 feet. And under 13 hard points underneath that massive delta wing there. The ability to carry a huge range of weaponry as well. Coming in fast and low very shortly at 600 miles an hour, or thereabouts, certainly not more, because we need to just make sure that all the windows stay in place. But an exhilarating and exciting display. You could not wish for more from the sharp end of the Royal Air Force, down from Royal Air Force Coningsby. Please welcome Flight Lieutenant Matthew Brighty.
Interestingly, George, with the Typhoon up at Lossiemouth also, if he'd taken off this morning to get to Bournemouth, it would have taken him only 30 minutes to get all the way down from northern Scotland. So I think he's now just exited the eastern hold. And I think he's just setting up beautifully, just run over the tip of the closed Boscombe Pier. So out to your left-hand side, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready with those ear defenders. Get rid of those fingers in the ears. Here comes Matt Brighty for the Royal Air Force Typhoon. Some rather perfect conditions today for those that love aviation photography and like seeing the sun behind the aircraft, the moisture pulled into cloud around the aircraft's wings. Just see the leading edges there covered in cloud. The aircraft tearing through the air. Tearing through the air changes the air pressure and causes the water moisture to come out into cloud where it wouldn't normally be. Such as the agility of the aircraft, you can easily turn in tide that trifling little bit of cloud up in front of us there. Coming around for a nice plan shot. The call sign Anarchy 1, beautiful call sign, and indeed now's a great chance. Hopefully a topside pass for that beautiful paint job. The aircraft itself is the Eurofighter Typhoon FGR Mark IV, which is the Mark IV version of the fighter ground reconnaissance aircraft. Effectively what the Americans called the swing roll aircraft. It's able to do air-to-air and air-to-ground operations. It's slowly brought into service, now taken over completely from the Royal Air Force Tornado. It now is carrying a full weapon load of both air-to-air and air-to-ground weapons. those ships slightly outside the marine exclusion zone, getting the full benefit of those EJ 200 turbofans, each rated at 20,000 pounds of thrust each, with afterburning, as you might have noticed. Aircraft some 50 meters long, 6 meters wide, wonderful delta plan wingspan there. That big delta able to generate lots of lift, vital in a turning environment, and also that cruciform shape of the aircraft with the forward canards, giving extra agility and nose authority in the turning fight. Lovely slow roll there. And just demonstrating the carefree handling qualities that Matt's able to deploy with this aircraft. Fully loaded, the aircraft is some 31 tons, and it's got this amazing capability of supercruise, where it doesn't need to use reheat. Very thirsty if you're using reheat in fast jets, and that does, in fact, use up your fuel, and that's your operational capability. Looking out to our left now, we can see Matt just setting up for the slow pass, high alpha, using those canards at the front, the high lift delta, and also the forward leading edge lift devices, just helping with his generating the lift at the slowest speeds, with effectively the same wing area, just a little bit more, and he'll be just balancing it with the thrust of the aircraft. Interesting, the aircraft, as it is a warplane, is armed with not only a 27mm Mauser cannon, it's got short-range infrared missiles, medium-range and radar-laid weaponry. Hard points underneath the aircraft where it can carry a number of stores, including paveway for precision-guided weaponry. Allied with more strategic weapons like Storm Shadow, or indeed the smaller short-range weapons, highly selective in the high collateral environment, the Brimstone air-to-ground missiles. Great bit of spoff on the top surface of the wing there. Typhoon display brought to you by a small select team down here at Bournemouth, and both back at home base, back at Coningsby, and it's very much a team effort, Royal Air Force display. Expertly popping out through the cloud, right bang on the display line. After flown out to Coningsby and RAF Lossiemouth. Indeed, it's RAF Lossiemouth. It's currently on the television, the Channel 4 programme, which shows the Typhoon Force and all the personnel that go up to make Team Typhoon and indeed Team Lossiemouth, with the number of aircraft they operate out of Lossiemouth's frontline operational squadrons. Aircraft involved in NATO policing the Baltics, also overseas out of Cyprus. Maintaining air defence down the Falkland Islands, but primarily 365 days a year providing the safety of UK airspace. And currently at the moment, I think, very busy with their hands tied, with lots of our Russian friends coming in from the northern regions, coming to see what they've come to find out here in the UK. was born and grew up not too far from here, actually, just over in West Sussex. His father was in the RAF, and also he was lived very close to Gatwick Airport, where he saw the aircraft learn to fly. He joined the local air cadets, and I'm sure he's very keen to tell that the route into the Royal Air Force these days, with the air cadets we've got here up on the East Cliff, is a fantastic organisation with fantastic capabilities and support from the Royal Air Force as our route, your route into the Royal Air Force of today. That's a fantastic bit of coordination there with Bournemouth Airport, allowing Matt to do vertical roll, punching through up to flight level 80. Incredible speed and agility of this aircraft.
I think, Andy, that is the way to leave an air show. Absolutely ballistic ending to a phenomenal display yet again. They really do breed some outstanding display pilots up in Coningsby, don't they?
Well, that is the home of the operational conversion unit. It does allow them the time to work up to the displays, but indeed, as the training unit, they have a ready supply of Typhoon qualified. I think Lossiemouth is slightly more operational focused, along with RAF Mara and flying the F-35.
Yeah, now it's it takes a long way. It's a big step. We're going to go backwards very shortly into one of the earlier training aircraft that we used, an aircraft we both know quite well. But getting to that is taking an awful long time, isn't it? And I mean, it must be tricky to assimilate those skills and then have the gaps in the training. How do you, you've been through that system, it's years since I've done it. How do they cope and manage that process through to something as dynamic as this?
Well, it is extremely frustrating, as it can be quite a dynamic situation with a combination of both civilian providers, civilian engineering support, service-owned or service-operated aircraft providing the bulk of today's Royal Air Force training. And indeed, there's lots of measures in place at the moment to try and encourage training cooperation with our NATO partners, both here, Europe, and or overseas in the United States and Canada. But certainly, yes, you're absolutely right. Very frustrating. But what indeed, when I was going through my flying training, took me about just over 5 years to get through the system, with a couple of years broken up in various places, learning, in fact, actually some valuable lessons about the greater and the wider Air Force and the non-flying roles. But then coming back to do a quick refresher course, a reduced number of hours, a quick resume, if you like, of the flying that had been completed in the previous longer course, do a quick refresher course, and then you try and work yourselves back into getting up to speed, being less ground happy and more airborne minded.
And what about building up to these extremes of G-forces? Now, they've clearly got a bit of extra help in this cockpit. It's actually quite a comfy cockpit to be in, isn't it? But you are literally loaded with stuff throughout your body from top to bottom with a very clever helmet right through to actually even assisted socks, I understand.
Yes, it's the all-over body pressure suits that allow modern pilots to fly the higher Gs. Of course, without pilots on at all, we can pull a ridiculous amount of Gs. Some of these air-to-air missiles can pull up to 45 G. It's very difficult to defeat that, but with an aircraft and the person in the aircraft itself, you've got selective decisions about sensitive targets and collateral damage, and I think that's a vital part of the warfighting capability these days. In terms of the G suits and the G equipment that we used to fly, certainly I flew with G trousers on the Hawk and the Tornado GR4. And indeed, the G suit really is there to have inflating bladders that increase when they inflate when the G comes on, and it squeezes the fleshy parts of your body, your legs, your arms, your thorax, and indeed keeps the blood in the top half of your body so that it keeps in the functioning part, namely in the brain and the blood behind the eyes, so you can see and think.
Yeah, absolutely. Very important. Well, during the course of the afternoon, of course, we're going to be seeing aircraft where that sort of facility isn't provided and the pilot just has to stress and strain, as Nigel and Doddy were doing in that pairs display you saw earlier on. And we're going to go backwards in time a little bit. Just a final reminder that an enormous number of people help out putting on this show. And Anarchy won the fabulous Typhoon coming to us courtesy of Bournemouth Airport. Well, as I say, it's a lot of contrast coming throughout the course of the afternoon. We're going to have Navy Wings with us coming up very shortly, a Yak 50. I think first time we've seen this solo pilot and solo aircraft at the Bournemouth Air Festival. The remarkable Richard Goodwin has been working for years to get this aircraft you're going to see in about half an hour's time with two little jet engines on it. A vintage Vampire all the way across from Norway, a tremendous supporter of UK air displays in Ken Arkvila. We all know you love the Chinook, and they'll be with us as well. And then going through the course of the later afternoon, a bit of a nod to Rolls-Royce, and particularly that, of course, has very, very close associations with this neighbourhood, particularly those people living down in Southbourne. Red Arrow's due at 5 o'clock this afternoon, of course, to give you details and changes to all those different aircraft timings. Make sure you, first of all, pick up a programme. Just £6.50. It's really, really packed with excellent stuff, particularly for the kids, and you can see this. But pulling up right in front of you now, this wonderful little aircraft is in the hands of a legendary display pilot, Rod Dean, in the Firefly.
So this Firefly aircraft, originally used in Royal Air Force Flying Training System, now no longer, still in service throughout the world. Rod Dean, extremely experienced pilot. I think must be well nearly into his 70s by now, I think, George.
Oh, beyond. His
yes.
first display was 1972 as an RAF Hunter pilot.
Yes, exactly. So, again, just showing the skills. They stay with you. This aircraft originally started life as a Fournier. And there was an all-wooden speedy tourer. It was quite a capable aircraft. Sadly, it didn't quite commercially pick up. And eventually the designs were bought by Slingsby Aviation in Yorkshire. They effectively made the aircraft a bit more robust with metal skin, upgraded avionics, a bit more G, a bit more power. Strengthened the aircraft so that it was ready and available for military flying training, and indeed it was used at the Middle East, Malaysia, Bahrain, and such places. Indeed, there's certain places it's used as ground attack or ground support, close-in insurgency support. These days, though, no longer in Royal Air Force service. A fair few examples were bought and put into private hands. Some still flying today. Certainly, I know there's a few over at Goodwood, and then there's certainly one owned by the RAF Line of Fly Club as well. This one here is the slightly less modified version, the 160 horsepower Firefly. And in Rod's hands, it's a very graceful feel to his display. It's all about energy conservation. So instead of that raw power and energy that we saw just a moment ago, Rod is just caressing the aircraft around the sky. Rod spent 21 years in the Royal Air Force and then left to join civil aviation. During his RAF service, he flew on operational squadrons, training units. He flew the Hunter, the Jaguar, Jet Provost, Meteor, Gnat, and Chipmunk. He was the Hunter display pilot, as George mentioned at RAF Chinook. Flew some 50 displays in the jets over those 2 seasons and won multiple prizes. He served in Aden, Bahrain, Germany, and Oman. Finished as both a qualified flying instructor and a qualified weapons instructor, a rare feat, definitely in today's RAF. After leaving the RAF, he went into commercial management of aviation training and then joined the CAA as their Chief Executive Officer of Air Safety Support International, which was there to wholly owned subsidiary of the CAA designed to oversee civil aviation regulation in the UK and overseas. So fascinating working for the CAA and seeing all our friends and colleagues overseas and regulating their business. Then became the head of the General Aviation Department of the CAA, and also a flight operations consultant and flying display director. Working at Farnborough, all over the UK, and also at the Bahrain International Air Show. Still continues to participate, as we can see here in this lovely Bournemouth arena here. He's also flown a wide range of World War II and post-war piston fighters, such as the Mustang, the Corsair, the Wildcat, the Sea Fury, Bearcat, one of my favorites, the Hurricane Harvard, Sky Raider, And of course, the Spitfire, lucky chap. Still a few vintage aircraft around, not so many as we used to see, but he's also flown the Meteor Vampire Venom, the T-33 Canadian Star, the AV-86 Sabre, and of course, his first love, his first display, the Hunter. Here, pulling in on the B-axis. Lovely descending max rate turn there. I think one of his proudest moments is when he led a huge big wing formation of 19 Spitfires and Hurricanes in 2000 at the Duxford Air Show. Now the T-67 Firefly, what's it like to fly? Well, it's a lovely side-by-side tandem aircraft. I'm very fortunate to fly a slightly uprated version, the 260 horsepower one. And Rod really showing his skill and experience in getting all the energy out of this aircraft. Starting high, he then trades that height for energy. Fixed wing undercarriage, reliable, solid, straight wing, as you can well see there. But gives it predictable handling characteristics, which is exactly what you want for a student flying aircraft. Lycoming engine is strong, reliable, 160 horsepower, as I've said there. And Rod just gracefully flying the aircraft around this lovely arena here at Bournemouth.
Yeah, I have to say, I really enjoy flying this aircraft. There's fantastic visibility from it, isn't there? A really good 360 degree. It must be great for tail chase work.
Yes, it is indeed. And so many of our passengers that I fly, that visibility, you know, the glass, the perspex just finishes just at your waist. So indeed, you've got that beautiful view out of the aircraft, around to see the beautiful views if you're using it for touring, or indeed, as some lucky customers are able to do over at Goodwood, is to do a bit of dogfighting and tail chasing with the military, the ex-military T-67 Fireflies we've got there.
I just want to wake up all the boys and girls, if you don't mind. Boys and girls, mums and dads. Now Rod's coming in a bit closer and lower. He's going to be looking down at you, so you know what to do. Hats, coats, ice creams, umbrellas. Give Rod a massive, great wave as he goes by, won't you? He's a super chap, absolutely darling of the air display business, and a legendary pilot in a magnificent little aircraft.
Truly one of the grandfathers of the aviation community. I know many of us look up to Rod hugely with his experience in the air and in the ground, both air displaying and aviation management. Beautiful display there.
And of course, interesting enough, the first look at really conspicuous colouring of an aircraft as well, yellow and black generally. I'm told that yellow in motoring business is the most conspicuous car on the road as well. Actually, if not the most attractive to be driving around in.
Well, exactly. If anybody's ever played yellow car.
Yeah. It's, you know, it's good stuff. But yellow and black generally used to be the genre. Black now, I think, a little more popular. Difficult with some of the fiberglass and composite aircraft, though, to put different forms of paint on. Very, very tricky indeed. But I hope you're all having a great time out there. We're certainly doing our best to keep you entertained, and lots more coming our way. We've got a bit of a mini gap coming up, not too many, and that, of course, is a result of the reshuffling of the programme as a result of the BBMF being delayed in their departure from Royal Air Force Coningsby. But do keep a close eye on those children, won't you? That sun's still very, very strong, and it's going to continue, I'm told, for several more days yet, which is just fantastic news for the Air Festival. You know, put the hat on, make sure the kids are looked after, lots of sunscreen, lots of fluids, all that stuff as well. And please keep a good close eye on all your belongings, and of course security being important, and your rubbish as well. Okay, well, during this gap, it's an interesting opportunity just to reflect on the many forms of assistance we require to run an air display. And standing right in front of me, outside the cabin here, I've got a man that looks like a Navy lieutenant, but isn't really. He's actually a senior operations officer with the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency, and his name is Ben Madgwick. Ben, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, it's good to be here.
I've just stitched him up in a major way, by the way. He was loitering with intent right in front of me, and I thought, oi, you, what are you doing here? Well, I knew I had a pretty good idea. So, Ben, describe what your role is and what you've got deployed out on the ocean today.
As introduced, I'm a Senior Maritime Operations Officer with HM Coast Guard. My role today is the liaison between the flight display directors here at the flying booth, the emergency services control room, and also some of the assets that you can see afloat. We have the assistance of the RNLI lifeguards, as well as a few RNLI lifeboats who are out and about. You may see them. And we're also being assisted by the Pool Yacht Club launches, and they're ensuring that the maritime exclusion zone in front of you is clear so that we can ensure safe flying. Should there be any emergencies, we have a clear zone to assist them in.
It sounds fantastic. Now, in the event of activities and and you've got to do some work, how do you then coordinate with, say, the need for a helicopter, that sort of business? Is that one of your duties here today?
Yeah, so if a search and rescue helicopter is required, we would speak with the flying liaison, myself, and the emergency services control room. We would make sure the airspace is clear and also the beach and water is clear should it be required. They'll most likely be coming in. We have a cab at Leon Solent. They will be coming straight across and they'll be ready to assist whenever, and we'll make sure they're clear to land and do whatever they need to do.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, look, we'll just give you a bit of a break there. We'll maybe drop in if we need some maritime and coast guard assistance, but right now we'll take a short gap before we ensure that Navy Wings join us and we've got everything ready for them. Guess what? Well, the great news is coming in just a couple of minutes earlier than we actually expected them. Marvellous, marvellous sight coming up, deeply rooted in history, of course. From our right-hand side, now look for two extraordinary aircraft, the Swordfish and the Wasp, following the Taranto formation from Navy Wings.
So flying the lead aircraft, the Swordfish, string bagger as she was known. Pilot today is Glenn Allison, and he's joined at the back seat as observer is Adam Watson. And in the Wasp, we've got the Wasp, the X-Ray Tango 420 of Aurora flight, flown by Steve Daniels. Both these aircraft owned and operated by Navy Wings, charitable arm of the Royal Navy Heritage Flight. Various iterations, they managed to keep hold of their aircraft as a remembrance to the past and to inspire the future. And the Swordfish and the Wasp are going to do this beautiful little joint routine. I think quite a unique Bournemouth experience for us, George.
Oh, yeah, marvellous. I mean, I know these guys well, and also the aircraft pretty well as well. It's just fantastic. They've got, the Fish was on the ground for so many years, just brilliant. And they're restoring, of course, the second one as well. The Wasp, not dissimilar to the British Army Scout. Of course, the big difference being the wheels on it to enable it to manoeuvre around the deck easily enough. But I just want to treat you to a little treat here. Back in the day, of course, the way they got these aircraft airborne was to call attention to the troops and the pilots and the engineers on board with this little tune, and just as they break at, well, they don't break, they're going to fly through in formation at Crowd Centre, we'll put this little ditty, as it's well known to the Navy, behind them. And that is the call to flying stations on a Royal Navy vessel, as these intrepid aviators, perhaps not today, but in their yesteryear, would have known extremely well. Of course, you'll see the second passenger alongside Glenn in the Swordfish is Adam Watson. And these guys, it's extraordinary history going into very, very difficult combat situations, obviously just string bags as they were known in their day, and spanning a good 40 to 50 years of Royal Naval aviation history in this sky right in front of us. Steve Daniels, experienced test pilot as well, flew a little bit of time with Heritage helicopters before moving back to the Navy Wings flight. Of course, they derivative going back to the Royal Naval Heritage Trust, now the Navy Wings Charitable Trust itself. As Andy was explaining, they've actually got quite an inventory with additional Swordfish, the Supermarine Seafire, if not owned, they're on associate arrangements with the flight. Here, very distinctive sound from the Nimbus on the Scout helicopter. They've also, in the inventory, got Tiger Moth, a Stinson Reliant under associate arrangements, so Hawker Seahawk, a Sea Fury, and 2 Chipmunks as well. So fantastic background of training as well as operational aircraft.
Of course, those aircraft are vital for maintaining their skills in flying these heritage aircraft. It's you can't really afford to wear out these beautiful flying museum pieces. And again, those little chipmunks, again, used by the BBMF and many other teams for their tail dragger, tail wheel currency, and pure handling skills. Very lightweight and beautifully set up. Those aircraft very much set up by those fantastic test pilots that set up these aircraft for handling, purely handling alone.
Can often be quite tricky, something we did with the Army Historic Flight for the last 40 years, flying in dissimilar formations where the performances and indeed the entire design of the aircraft radically different. Obviously essential to have the bigger aircraft in the front. The Swordfish starting out really as a need to replace the Greek Fairey 3 aircraft, originally designated the TSR-1. Not to be confused with another TSR that we know very well, this one being a torpedo spotter reconnaissance aircraft. But wasn't initially too distinctive, redesigned, re-engined, becoming the TSR-2 with the Bristol Pegasus before being regarded as the satisfactory outcome for the Royal Navy. Good opportunity for the photograph enthusiast amongst us coming up now. Very modest but historic break for all those down at Crowd Centre there. Swordfish first flew in 1934, taken into the Royal Navy service in 1936 as the Swordfish Mark I. So, with the speeds they're flying, of course, relatively slow, they can't zip back and reposition quite as fast as you would expect. So, they'll be taking in turns and a good opportunity to give them a wave as they go by. The pilots do appreciate it. Coming up just through Crowd Centre now, Steve Daniels in the Wasp, a very experienced helicopter pilot himself. And this is a very, very robust machine. Originally designed for under a British Army requirement to replace the aging Bell 47s, which in their place took on from the Skeeters, of course, and then modified for shipborne operations. Very rugged and coming out of the Saunders Road design shop initially, but then being produced by Westlands not too far away in Yeovil.
Yeah, it was the aircraft, as George mentioned, was developed from the Scout, but this was navalized and ruggedized, giving it the cast-string wheels, allowing it to be moved around a pitching deck, given the folding tail to allow it to be stowed away in on the ship's hangar. Again, each ship being allowed to have its own communications and war-fighting anti-submarine capability. And also the aircraft have modified stronger undercarriage for those, I'm sure you've seen the videos of deck landings on helicopters, and with all those slight change in flight control software to give it that better response time when trying to land on a pitching deck. It's been brought into service in 1964. Extensive period of trials, and this aircraft is painted as number 606 of 829 Naval Air Squadron HQ flight. Currently actually in civilian registration of Golf Charlie Bravo Uniform India, for those that check. This was used for light liaison, Commando Assault Squadrons 845 and 848 until 1973. But then, when the call came in 1982, the aircraft was brought out of service and recalled, along with 7 reserve frigates recalled and were recommissioned back into service for service in the Falklands conflict in the South Atlantic. 25th of April 1982, submarine Santa Fe was spotted by a Wessex from HMS Antrim, and HMS Plymouth lost their Westland Wasp, and HMS Brilliant launched a Westland Lynx. 3 service types in operation there, then managed to disable the aircraft so it was no longer able to take part in further hostilities, and was indeed abandoned in South Georgia. Wasp was armed with AS-12 anti-ship missiles. Again, the aircraft also, all of them carried GPMG machine guns as well. Just moving now, transitioning into the hover. Very lightly crewed, 1 pilot, 1 air crewman, potentially up to 4 passengers. Again, with the loads off a ship, again, very difficult to anticipate range with fully loaded. So a maximum speed of some 120 miles an hour, with that full range of perhaps seemingly quite small these days of nearly 300 miles. That Rolls-Royce engine there, Rolls-Royce Nimbus, bring it beautifully up into the towering hover there, then transitioning now, diving away the height for speed, gaining lift on the rotor disc.
One of the other unique capabilities that both the Army and the Navy Wasp share, of course, is that enlarged fuselage at the back, designed to assist with additional casualties, and also a lot of other skills like top roping as well. It's a really flexible beast, amazingly strong and robust.
And of course it had to be, because it was the frigate, or the smallest ships, only form really of taking the fight elsewhere other than its own guns, and the aircraft was armed with either 2 Mark 44s or 1 larger Mark 46 torpedo. That also could be armed with a Mark 44 depth charges. Now, and I think even back in the day, what was known as nuclear depth charges, which I think would have put a bit of a dent in my submarine's hull, I think.
Well, it's what both the aircraft share in many ways, you know, the attack capability of using a torpedo.
Absolutely. And of course, with various flares, smokes, and GPM guns, GPMGs, it was able to support the troops on the landings and indeed in shipborne actions.
Okay, so Steve's manoeuvring this now to give you a little nod, and you know what to do, boys and girls, don't you? He's coming towards the end of his solo section. Give him a huge wave off. Be just going into reverse transition, pulling a bit of pitch. There's the salute to you down on the ground. He can see you all. Give him a huge farewell. They'll be reformating. We'll see the Swordfish again in a moment. So he's just making way. Lovely to see this contribution from Navy Wings back on the road again. After a sticky period, reformating. Eyes on now, right-hand side, as Glenn brings the fish back in. Quite extraordinary aircraft. I refer to it as the string bag earlier on because many people think it was a bit like the shopping bags of the day. But could carry just about anything. But in particular, the all-important 1,600-pound torpedo we were discussing, or a variety of depth charges, bombs, mines, rockets, or flares. The early technology only managed to get this aircraft traveling at around about 90 knots in a cruise with a light load, but reduced down to 82 knots with the torpedo underneath. But it did prove a very reliable engine. The crew were not necessarily terribly comfortable up there, being no heater, and of course the fabric covering and the open cockpit offering little shelter from the cold in winter, the rain and wind and everything else as well. But it was, and is today, still a very pleasant aircraft to fly, pretty maneuverable, and despite its lack speed, loved by most of its pilots. Actually, the slow speed almost helped protect it, because it was quite difficult for the gunners of the day to lay off targets against such a slow-moving machine.
And of course, its most famous starring role in the early years of the Second World War was the attack on Taranto harbour on the Italian fleet in November 1940. 21 Swordfish only effectively stopped the Italian battle fleet taking any further aggressive action in World War II.
Yeah, quite extraordinary, really. The other one was, of course, the Channel Dash, when they moved up the channel to Lyon-Solent to encounter 3 German battleships that were transiting through the English Channel. A real testimony to the courage of the pilots who crewed these aircraft.
Indeed, very sad indeed on that Channel Dash for the German fleet. 6 Swordfish were attempted to help, along with many other surface combatants, stop the Prinz Eugen, Scharnhorst and Gneisau moving up the English Channel. However, the ships were so heavily defended that all 6 Swordfish were shot down. And that resulted in recognition of both that bravery and fortitude of those Swordfish crews with a posthumous award of VCs. Indeed, one of only 2 such awards to Fleet Air Arm aircrew in World War II.
The aircraft, as all the others, marinized particularly, folding wings of course, and a stiffened undercarriage to absorb what would be a very firm arrival on the heaving decks we've mentioned. Fitted with a small arrestor hook as well to shorten that landing, a sort of very essential even in today's modern jet fighter shipborne flying. Some of these Swordfish were actually fitted with a series of rockets called a Raytog that were fired to boost the aircraft to take off speed in a very short distance. You see the observer there, Adam Watson, navigating primarily using a stopwatch, compass, and quite a lot of intuition. And in the rear seat was a telegraphist air gunner who sat facing the rear cockpit and operated the HF radio set and also the rearward facing 303 Lewis gun.
The aircraft still retains Bismarck's colour scheme. Indeed, some of the D-Day markings that were used. Aircraft also in perhaps quieter, less headline-grabbing moments was absolutely pivotal in some of the protection of the Atlantic and Arctic convoys. Again, the Atlantic crossing the Great Sea, providing us with material, allowing the movement of troops and vital war supplies, but also the Arctic convoys supplying Russia and its fight with the Germans from the east. The aircraft, again, that slow speed actually becoming an advantage. Ended up making it difficult to shoot them down, but now they could operate from merchant aircraft carriers, again using those rockets for attacking takeoff, the short deck-mounted takeoff pads, and it had the low-speed handling that allowed it to, with its weapons load, to maintain a 4-hour endurance flying during daylight to keep the submarines away from the merchant aircraft. Here we see her flying very beautifully and gracefully, nice and slowly here. Beautiful chance for a photograph. And indeed, with the aircraft flying this slowly alongside ships, able to match the speed or indeed loiter very close to protect the convoys, and indeed with the size of that torpedo, significant 600-pound charge, no submarine was going to tangle with a convoy supporting aircraft.
Huge numbers of these aircraft were made, 692 made initially by Fairey Aviation and then made under license by Blackburn. They constructed well over 1,700 of them, earning the name the Blackfish, and this one being a representative of the Blackburn aircraft.
I think the aircraft's also been a movie star, hasn't she, George?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, the film Sink the Bismarck just gave the Swordfish a chance to once again relieve her role in the Second World War. And this aircraft was brought in and painted up to play her role representing all her sister aircraft.
So, as well as wave along, you can sing along a little bit as well and support our Navy heritage with a bit of Rule Britannia. You can wave whatever you happen to have and enjoy this beautiful afternoon with such an iconic, historic aircraft. Come on, let me hear you. Doesn't matter what key you're in at all. So we know very much that Navy Wings would appreciate your support as well. Do give generously where you can. Do visit also the museum at Yeovilton. It's an absolutely cracking museum. All together now. And a wave rock coming. This is the last fly past. You know what to do, boys and girls. Mums and dads, give Glenn and his crew a massive Bournemouth Air Festival wave off. What a beautiful sight that is.
Now, George, apparently, did you know the last time this Swordfish was flown off an aircraft carrier?
No.
Apparently, 1962. The rather cunning Fleet Air Armoured winched her aboard for a Taranto night.
Ah, wonderful. They still have that. Yeah, I can. Have you ever been to
and
one?
then after the Taranto night, they flew it off the aircraft carrier the next morning, which I thought was quite both brave and inspiring.
And probably a bit more as well. I can imagine there were a few hangovers that morning.
Yes.
All together now. Well, just a little recap now to keep you on your toes. Coming up in the next hour, we've got the Solo Yak 50 with our very well-known Paul Farmer. Used to be part of the FCC and flight management team here. This time going to the air in one of what was the old Yakovlevs aircraft team, the display team from Henstridge. He'll be coming up very shortly. After that, I know we'll give a fantastic welcome back to Richard Goodwin, an always immensely popular individual. And after that, a vintage jet back from the 50s, and then the Chinook. That's just in the next hour or so. Of course, we're cracking right through, live flying right through until round about 6 o'clock this afternoon. There'll be a short break then for you to top up on all the rations you need and chill out somewhere before coming back for night flying. Last time, and we'll give this lady a rest, shall we? I was just thinking, in the first year we haven't seen a ship from the Royal Navy. Very sad. In the early days of the Air Festival, of course, we'd have quite a contingent out there, but nonetheless, all far too busy, I suspect.
Well, yes, I think they probably are very busy, unless, of course, there's a submarine, George.
Ah, well, who knows? And that could well be lurking out there, couldn't it? Well, we live and wait and look out for the odd periscope. Well, just we're going offline just for a couple of minutes now whilst we reset the scene, check on the arrivals and departures, make sure that all the safety is in place. You guys down there continue having a good time and chill out. Don't forget that sunscreen and, of course, plenty of fluids for the children. Well, we're just anticipating now the next aircraft, a solo act again. Very neat little aircraft, famous around the display circuit for many, many years. More about that from Andy in just a few moments. But just an update to ensure that you know what's going on. Andy, what's best for that?
Well, the best way to keep up to date, ladies and gentlemen, is via the downloadable festival app on your Google or Apple Store. Download the Bournemouth Air Festival app, and that is powered by the Porsche Centre Bournemouth. Thank you very much for their support and sponsorship of Bournemouth Air Festival. And that app has got the digital updates, which will give you the updates to the times. We are just waiting now for Paul. He'll be displaying in the next couple of minutes, coming out of just over round the back of the town. But the app has got all the updates for you. And the brochure has got the more in-depth analysis, the larger amount. And also it covers a lot of the festival supporters as well. But it gives you a full breakdown of all the activities on the ground that are also supporting Bournemouth Air Festival and the lower gardens we've got up on the East Cliff. And here, out to the front now, is Paul Farmer and the Yak 50. Now, a very graceful and stately arrival there by the Yakovlev Yak 50, affectionately known Yak 50 single-seat aerobatic aircraft from the 70s. formerly owned and still owned and operated by the Yakovlevs team, who are now sadly no longer partaking in air displays. The aircraft are still occasionally flying here, flying in some displays, and Paul Farmer has taken it upon himself to represent the Yak 50 for us here today. Luke quarter clover in the Derry wing over to start then. He's just going to come back down the display line and repeat that in the other direction there. This aircraft, beautiful, powerful, that long nose and the radial engine. Specially modified with the team smoke generator there. And indeed the aircraft were toughened up and they give luggage storage compartments where they do displays all over the world. Lovely platform view there, nice quarter clover towards the crowd there. Paul gracefully flying this aircraft. Today, it shows me about 4 to 5G in some of these turns here. And maintaining that 150 knots, allowing him to present the aircraft just slightly closer than the much faster Typhoon. Again, you'll notice the wind has picked up a little bit now. We can see the wind is just blowing the smoke towards us, and that gives Paul some interesting adjustments that he has to make. All display pilots have to adjust for weather and, of course, wind, being the major factors that blow their positions around or blow the aircraft around, so they have to adjust their lineup for the display line. If you don't make the display line, Paul is acutely aware that his colleagues above us here in the commentary tent will be watching out for his every move to ensure he complies with the marine exclusion zone and the display line here right out in front of us on the sea. Paul's an extremely experienced pilot. He continues to hold his display authority examiner on helicopters, and of course has a display authority on this Yak 50 for his singleton display. He last flew with the Yaks, the Yakovlevs, as a 4-ship display here back at Bournemouth. I think it was a couple of years ago, George. And there he is flying that beautiful combination stall turn quarter clover, allowing him to progress down the display line.
Yeah, it's actually 10 years since he displayed here, would you agree?
Wow.
Yeah,
Such a long time.
I know, it's just gone in a flash, isn't it? But he's top bloke.
And no stranger to display flying, as many may remember, certainly if you follow his bio, he was the Chinook display pilot a good few years back. Displayed it during the 2012 and 2013 season. And I remember seeing his display at RIA, and it was truly spectacular what he was able to wring out of the Chinook. He's since left the Air Force. He was an instructor on the conversion unit on the Chinook. I did 7 tours of Afghanistan and flying multiple tasks. I think the one he's most proud of is the MERT, the Medical Emergency Response Team, going to pick up our wounded colleagues out in the field in some very hot spots. Paul has since left the military now, lives out in the southwest, over in St Athan, where he flies now the Coast Guard aircraft. And those are those red and white aircraft, helicopters that keep us all safe in our out to sea. The S-76, incredibly capable and powerful aircraft, great range on them. He operates out of St Athan, and they're going, and I know his colleagues out in Newquay, they protect the southwest approaches. Paul continues to fly fixed wing and rotary wing, as you'll have noticed. And it's quite clear his love of aviation is complete. He's very happy to both examine and teach, mentor new, young and joining pilots to join the aviation community. Working very hard there. The slow roll, the deceptively easy-looking maneuver, but actually deceptively difficult for display pilots to do very well. And I think Paul did a very good, very lovely slow roll just there. Setting up now with a wing over now. He's going to come back down the line, pulling up for another quarter clover. Originally, the Yak aircraft, the Yak 50, was used by the Russian display teams for their display training, and indeed they were extremely successful. Some of these aircraft built in Romania, displayed in Ukraine. and a twist of irony. And here, beautiful call of Clover, bring him back centrally onto the display line. Not so many of these aircraft are still in existence. Some have been lovingly restored, but many, after merely only 50 hours in the Russian hands of the actually very successful Russian aerobatic team, they were merely discarded and left to rot. So only a few of these made it back to private hands and again restored and used into private hands in the UK and Europe today. Big old powerful engines that the Yakovlevs themselves have uprated and upgraded. The aircraft's first flight, 1973. 450 horsepower radial engine. And that power translates into quite incredible performance, some 5,000 feet per minute, and indeed pulling up to 9G when needed. Some only 100 or so survive today.
I think I might just heard him coming in for final pass.
I think
there.
he is. So,
Yeah.
George, I think this is the time for the crowd to show their thanks. I told Paul about this earlier, and he didn't realise that Bournemouth loved to wave and cheer their pilots. So if you can, beautiful topside pass. Paul's last chance. And he's hopefully going to roll out. And give us a wing waggle, bit of top surface. There we go, topside
neatly
pass.
tipped in, neatly tipped in. Come on, boys and girls, huge wave for Paul Farmer in the Yak 50. Delightful, meaty warbird in many respects, albeit more of a training aircraft, of course, but had its day. Oh, and just finished off with a final little flurry there. What a lovely roll. And good to see Paul back, a charming chap, and no doubt one would hope get a few more outings across the display business as well. We're just 5 minutes to go now to the next flight coming up. And there are plenty going on around the bazaars, of course. There's an awful lot of wonderful pop-up restaurants. So do make the most of those, particularly we come to our gap a little later in the day. And also bring your children up to the Upper East Overcliff as well. That's up by this sort of Cumberland Hotel area. And there's a whole range of different activities. If you haven't been upstairs yet, as opposed to downstairs, now I don't blame you being down there. The beach is a wonderful place to chill out. But there's an entire military village up here, predominantly RAF on the top, predominantly Royal Navy, Royal Marines and Army down on the centre beach. But also up on the top flight is, of course, the STEM village as well. And it's got an awful lot of things of interest to young children, and particularly, of course, to those teenagers thinking of perhaps taking up a career in science, technology, engineering or mathematics. And I can assure you the aviation industry badly needing talented young people as well. So do come up and join us, won't you? Now, just a reminder of the general rules. First of all, look after the kids, the sun, you know the score, hats, sunscreen, lots of fluids as well. Look after all your belongings, please. If you see anything suspicious, do please tip off any of the friendly stewards and police around the site. Absolutely no thoughts of drones or anything else going up in the air. If you're thinking of putting a kite up or a balloon, do not. You will be accosted because it does interfere with the flying display. And if you're going swimming, please stay within the yellow buoyed inner swim area, as again, that could interfere with the conduct of the flying display as well. Well, I don't know about you. I feel a 99er coming on.
I do, George. I can't wait for our colleagues around us to appreciate how thirsty, in fact, and indeed how thirst-making commentary is. And I think a 99 ice cream would just perfectly solve that.
Yeah, well, he's on his way, wingman number 2, or he's in position 3, shortly to become number 2. And he'll be joining us a little later on. More about that, of course, when he arrives to chat with us. But thanks to all those who are joining us on AeroView TV as well. Great to see a new bunch of people join us. I know there were several hundred with us during the course of the first couple of hours, and plenty more people rolling into town as well. So do go carefully. Plan your day out, won't you? For the end of the day, there will we've got flying going on right through until 8:45 this evening. It's an incredibly long shift, and most enjoyable it is too. Absolutely delightful conditions, perfect for this evening's flying.
And there's individual items which are really interesting. I think the Royal Navy has got a dive tank, and I think the tank regiment brought a real Chieftain tank. A Challenger. Challenger.
It's a Challenger. You
Challenger.
go back.
I go
That's
back away, yeah.
that's
Back when I
showing
was
your
growing
age.
up, Chieftains were all the rage, trust me.
This isn't just a Challenger 1, it's a Challenger 2 we're now on, by the way. A whole new generation of tanks, if you're interested in that sort of world. No, it's just great. There's so much kit to play with and simulators and things like that as well. So do make the most of all that. Stretching 1.5 miles worth of ground entertainment in addition to everything you're seeing in the air. You see one of the lifeguards and Coast Guard agency there's the stewards just going on. I was just looking over the top of the fence in front of me here. Do please follow their instructions if you're pottering about in the sea down below, won't you? Oh, I see we've got a bit of a halo as well. Now, I can't remember whether that's lucky or not, but it's certainly a fantastic sight. Sun halo, of course, all the crystals forming that welcome now for the most outstanding individual pilot, I think, to hit the display scene. Please welcome in his trademark arrival condition. He'll flip onto his edge. Here we go. Please welcome Richard Goodwin in the jet pits. Yes, and this is a completely different sound for 2023. A very first appearance for this aircraft at the Bournemouth Air Festival in the hands of the well-known Richard Goodwin, a man who lives, breathes aviation, air displays, aerobatics, and actually an awful lot of engineering as well. It's you see him in his spare time. Well, he doesn't really have any spare time because he fills it with tinkering with his aircraft. You may recall the little red and white G-Whiz from previous years. Death-defying aerobatics. He is unlimited in what he can do, and the great thing with being in this genre is you have a whole block of maneuvers in your head, and depending on the conditions, which are just absolutely perfect, you can throw them all in together. Pulling up now, it never goes anywhere in a straight line, loves to throw in the tumbles, and and there's sort of pretty much a sort of mixed up Lomchovac there, creating a bit of a Czechoslovakian headache. But this aircraft can withstand a huge amount of G, both positive and negative, and he does it all. Not something you can do overnight. You've got to train hard for this, and he's now fitted it with an extra total of 700 horsepower on top of the 300 horsepower engine that he's got. So he's pretty much built this. You can see the extreme now. Here he is hanging in his straps upside down, making this circle in the sky, using his rudders, but having no trouble with power because he's just got such an excess of it with this machine now. He's been building this and putting it together, testing it for well over 4 years, based on the original, well, not the original, but the latter design S2S fuselage, but with a lot of additional modifications. Keep your eyes on it. He never stays still for very long. And again, committed aviator. Got the DNA from his father, who was a well-known Royal Air Force Hunter display pilot. And then Richard, of course, went on to join the RAF himself, flying the Tornado fleet for many years before then becoming an airline pilot. Although we would normally be transferring all that height to energy and speed, actually he's also got this additional power, which you will see to great effect when he goes up into his hoverfly position. And here, help and relief has arrived in the commentary box, I'm delighted to say, with the arrival of some 99ers for us. But let's keep our eyes peeled on that aircraft right in front of us at the moment. Now, it looks like a pit special. It is a pit special, but don't be under any illusions. This one is very, very different indeed. It's got massive ailerons, giving it a tremendous maneuverability, a phenomenal roll rate, and better low-speed handling as well. So as we try to keep up with these maneuvers, absolutely virtually impossible to do so. The history of these aircraft goes right back to the mid-40s when Curtis Pitts decided to make an aircraft that was specifically to be entered into the competitive regime. It dominated world aerobatic competitions throughout the 60s and 70s, and even today remains, as you can see, a potent competition aircraft in its category. Now here, making the most of these two, they're tiny little jet engines. They're slightly canted away at the forward edge of the fuselage, either side, just in front of where he is and just behind the basic aircraft engine itself. The heart of that power plant at the front end, a massive 6-cylinder 8.5-litre Lycoming 540 engine, also equipped with a pretty punchy smoke system as well. And as he goes in there with that residual power, the aircraft will occasionally go gyroscopic as it hangs on literally the propeller. The Pitts gear are the original ones, removed, engine mount modified to take titanium sprung gear legs, a new shape cable. Listen to the roar of those jet engines as well now. But a modified rudder design as well, providing looks and a more powerful yaw control. Has just given this the most fantastic performance. Literally hovering in the sky, the aircraft going gyroscopic and drifting back now slowly through its own smoke. A tremendous, tremendous agility and performance. So this gives Richard the most unique opportunity to spin, roll, hang. Here he is back. Oh, I thought he was going to hold it there again. It's the most extraordinary machine, isn't it? Lovely arcing turns, a real thrill, but again, that's far too boring. Let's just chucking a couple more climbing rolls at the same time, coming out inverted, just converting that now. And he is using the altitude, of course, to build up energy and speed, but with so much horsepower on the front end, pretty much he can get out of anything. So he's got a whole bag full of tricks up his sleeve now, hover like a Harrier, perform his double hammerheads, keeping in various proportions for the Tower of Power, but of course predominantly going with torque rolls and the trademark high alpha passes, which you see at the beginning and tail end of his display. Just listen to the roar. It's the most unnatural sound to get from a little fixed-wing biplane, but literally here hovering and holding it on the power of those additional jet engines, and they're just cantilevered off. So the torque and gyroscopic effect coming in, and he's planning to adjust the angles of the jets on either side of the fuselage to counteract, so they're to operate in a counter torque authority, so that he can maintain then a more stable hover. We look forward to that little modification, I'm sure, next year. Yeah, it's an absolutely exhausting routine as well. Not something you can do for longer than 8 to 10 minutes, that's for sure. And something you've got to train very, very hard for as well. There are no G suppression equipment on board these class of aircraft, so the individual has to ensure that he has all the bodily training in place, all the stresses and strains. And look, this wonderful coil of a tower as well, how he just climbs using all that additional power. Now he will convert this height and come down at a significant rate and make the most of the next few minutes. So coming into the latter stages, he'll be breathing heavily and straining, and now slow rolling all the way. In fact, he's pushing away from himself. We're putting on a bit of negative G there, just to add a bit of excitement. Extraordinary number of famous people have performed and entertained, going right back to the late 40s, early 50s. An extraordinary lady called Betty Skelton in one of the very early pits. They all had little graphics on the side, and hers was named the Little Stinker. That's hanging upside down now, quite appropriately, in one of the Smithsonian Museum outlets at Dulles Airport in Washington. And now to complete his display, the knife edge pass. Tiny little cockpit there, you can see. And just effortlessly, just sliding the power on those little jet engines to give that lift all the way back up with a minimum of effort. Again, just holding it there, demonstrating the hover with a bit of smoke, and then gradually the gyroscopic effect comes into play, comfortably hanging there in a most unnatural format. So when he comes down low, do remember to give him a wave as well. He'll be looking out. He doesn't get a lot of time to peek at you at the rate that he flies, but he's doing his best now. Bit of a wing waggle. He'll no doubt put in a couple more rolls before departing. Now, in light aircraft flying, this is about as close as you can get to the performance of a Typhoon, I think, by just going for extreme climbs. And when he gets this finally modified, when he just tweaks the angles at which those little jet engines are mounted, then it'll be really, really interesting to see just how far he can push it. 350 pounds of thrust in each of those, so really, really neat. And they're just sort of cantilevered off at an angle. That's mainly to protect the fin and empennage from additional burning, just from the thrust of those engines, let alone the big one he's got on the front end as well.
So yes, incredibly impressive. I mean, I know Rich Goodwin, he was a former Tornado pilot. Certainly his father in the Air Force as well, and he certainly got the jet flying out of his system, and then had the good fortune to then transit into commercial flying. And then he's just done this, he really made it his own. He's so famous now, and the incredible capability he's shown there, both in engineering and in the air. Even if you don't like flying, George, there's immense challenge to be had in engineering these aircraft.
Coming to you by courtesy of the Cumberland Hotel. Thank you very much indeed for all our sponsors supporting these aircraft. And of course, also supported by Sabio Group for this season. That expires. And I gather he's looking hard now for a new sponsor for this year. And he will be around the site during the course of the mornings and evenings. So do please contact Richard and have a chat to him about this exciting opportunity. The current sponsor, Sabio, is actually part of a digital CX transformation work, looking to unearth the next generation of STEM aviators and engineers, providing more than 600 customers across 65 countries with customer experience, expertise, technology and insight. And that's formed a very, very good relationship indeed. But you can now see the excitement that Richard is offering. So if you think you may be able to support him in future air shows over the next few years and pushing the boundaries even further, then he's the go-to man. And there are supporters here now willing to assist and help him with this endeavour. So, quick roundup of what's going on around the site, Andy.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. While we wait for the next act, some of the hawk-eyed amongst you can see one of the future acts just in the distant horizon setting up, waiting for our colleagues from Norway to come and join us very shortly. But indeed, all over the site, and I had a run around the site this morning, and we got fantastic kit to actually climb on. You've got the Royal Navy diving chamber, you've got the Army Challenger 2 tank, and again the rifles, the infantry, the Royal Marines, and they're also out in the Royal Marines around the lower guard. But if you look on your left-hand side, ladies and gentlemen, from the Royal Norwegian Heritage Air Force, based out of Riga in Norway, is the, as yet silent, but now, the Vampire.
Yeah, it's the Royal Navy Historical Squadron,
Sorry,
and it's
Norwegian.
run by Kenneth Argfeeder, an absolutely charming chap, who brings across his aircraft every year. Very often we've seen here over the past years his MiG-15, another unique aircraft. But this particular one, he works very, very hard to celebrate various celebrations. Back in 2018, he put it in colours of Royal Air Force squadrons to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Royal Air Force. And if you look closely at this one, you'll see some paintwork reflecting the 100th anniversary of the Italian Air Force. He's got a huge amount of flying experience, as you well imagine. He spent time in the Norwegian Air Force himself. I've been across and met him across in Oslo, and had the chance to look at a few of the famous Second World War sites as well. I suspect he's put some of the video up on his own feeds, his own social media feeds, but it's well worth a look. And extraordinary that he should collect these, and of course that is because the Vampires were a very, very successful export aircraft. He's got another Vampire, this one an FB-52 single-seater, but he's also got a T5 trainer as well, the two-seater, as well as the MiG-15, and a 2 T-Bird Canadair under his stable too. Wanted to really establish some history. It's not as if there is a centralized flight as there is in the 3 services in this country. He founded it in 2008, and Riga is just to the south of Oslo. Lovely spot, a very attractive location indeed. And he does his very best to support not just the Norwegian Air Force, but spent a lot of time all around Europe as well, promoting the heritage and background to this particular genre of aircraft. Very early, of course, underpowered, but famous in many respects in the skies of Britain in the 50s, when we literally had hundreds and hundreds of these, and right at the front end. This particular 52 was the export version of the Mark 6. Over 100 of these were built. 36 of them exported to Norway, and they were in use there between 1949 and 57.
So today's aircraft from the flown by Martin Tintin Tesley, very experienced Norwegian Air Force fighter pilot. Served originally many years with the Norwegian Air Force 338 Tiger Squadron based at Åland Air Base up near Trondheim. Joined the Norwegian Air Force in 1994. Went through the US joint NATO training at Shepherd's Air Force Base in 1997. He's also attended United Kingdom's Air Force Academy as well as the NATO Defence Academy. He's a graduate from the Fighter Weapons School, equivalent of Top Gun in Leeuwarden in Air Base, and where he became a qualified weapons instructor. Taken part in many operations throughout the world, currently Lieutenant Colonel, if he hasn't left already, and is one of Norway's first F-35 pilots, the new Joint Fighter Lightning II. He was Norway's first overseas squadron commander at Luke Air Force Base in the United States. He joined the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron in 2010, and has always had a passion for aircraft, but has really made the heritage aircraft, which represents previous generations of Norwegian Air Force pilots. He's qualified to display both the T-33 and the Vampire. He's also been a skilled commentator as well, George.
Well, better get him in here then. We can take a break.
Please, yeah, we could do it. I could do with some skill. And Martin's he's logged some at least 3,000 hours, if not more so, nearly 4,000 in F-16s as well. Again, another major staple of the Norwegian Air Force. And now is currently one of their Norwegian Air Force's most experienced F-35 pilots, having really seen their program all the way, the Norwegian F-35 program from the start.
Originally designed as a British jet fighter, developed by the de Havilland Aircraft Company. The distinction of being the second jet fighter to be operated by the Royal Air Force after the Gloucester Meteor, and the first to be powered by a single jet engine as opposed to a pair. Work initially started on these aircraft back in 1941 in the midst of the Second World War. Initially intended as an experimental aircraft, but one that was suitable for combat and harnessed the groundbreaking innovation of jet propulsion as well. Settled on a single-engine twin-boom design powered by the Halford H1 turbojet, later produced as the Goblin aircraft, engine I should say, a centrifugal turbojet producing 3,350 pounds of thrust. At a maximum speed of around 540 miles an hour, range of just over 1,200 miles, and a service ceiling just a little shy of 43,000 feet.
It's not the only twin-boom aircraft coming to display with us today, George. More of that later.
Yeah, and actually, in many ways, similar roles, although expanded, because this one able to carry 4 20mm guns, 8 3-inch rockets, or 2 500-pound bombs, or 2 drop tanks as well. So, pretty flexible beast for its day.
Vampire was exported to a wide variety of nations, operated worldwide in many theatres, many climates, showing its proven design and adaptability.
And not retiring, interestingly, until 1979 with the Rhodesian Air Force. Not bad, given that it was introduced in 1946.
Again, the Venom then became a variant of the Vampire. Slightly more refined variant, slightly more orientated towards the ground attack and night fighter style of operations.
So by the end of its production, almost 3,300 of these had been developed. And of course, one of the interesting trademarks of de Havilland aircraft is the reliance on an awful lot of wood in the frame. And it's interesting, I was down at Tangmere just a year or so ago, and seeing their volunteer engineers, they're actually bending wood as per the original specs and designs to repair the nose cone on a Vampire jet.
As with these many heritage organisations supported by charitable donations, Norwegian Air Force Historic Squadron, founded in 2008, is based at Riga Air Base in Norway. They maintain and operate these historic aircraft and work extremely hard to keep them flying.
Yeah, they're a great bunch of guys, actually, and their support of the British air display industry is just absolutely phenomenal. Well, it's all driven by Ken himself, of course, a lovely big bear of a man. The aircraft did also have a Royal Navy Sea Vampire variant as well, operating from aircraft carriers. Certainly featured in several campaigns as well, including the Suez Crisis, the Malayan Emergency, and the Rhodesian Bush War.
Lovely topside pass there.
And I think that was it from Tintin. Again, a very talented man indeed, going off into the wild blue yonder. And we thank the Royal Norwegian Historical Squadron for their contribution here this afternoon. And long may they continue supporting us as well. Absolutely terrific. Well, one of your great favourites coming up very, very shortly. Heading your way. If you look out to sea, you may get the already an indication of what's going on and what is coming your way. Very, very different machine indeed. And also we're set for a very entertaining commentary. As always, the Chinook guys who live on blade slap, as in fact they sleep and dream it, I think 24 hours a day. They will, of course, be showing you one of the most popular aircraft on the air display circuit. Very, very busy guys these days. It's a machine. 2 minutes, I think, is all we're heading for at the moment. And look forward then as to what's coming up in the next hour or so. After this, again, another twin-boomed We will be seeing the Bronco after that. It's one of the training aircrafts, the Tutor. Many youngsters will have known that. Of course, it was also helped get the members of the royal family airborne as well. We can't wait to see the Rolls-Royce contribution this afternoon, particularly with its local connections. Then the Red Arrows, of course, at 5 o'clock, and then the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. But I think we're about ready to go. We are indeed. So please welcome, boys and girls, a huge welcome to the Bournemouth Air Festival to Flight Lieutenant Tim Griffiths.
Good afternoon, Bournemouth Air Festival. I am Flight Lieutenant Tim Griffith, a Chinook pilot in the Royal Air Force, and it is my absolute pleasure to be here with you to provide the commentary for the 2023 Royal Air Force Chinook display. I'd like to start with a big thanks to our brothers and sisters in the Typhoon display team for being our warm-up act with their noisy Dorito earlier on. It was a great way to lead into the main event, the Chinook. The crew are just beginning their run-in towards us now, and if you've got pilot eyesight, you should be able to make out the Chinook's iconic silhouette in the distance. The Chinook force is the UK's most utilised of any within British defence, having been continuously deployed on operations somewhere in the world ever since the Falklands conflict. Today's display aircraft is a Boeing Chinook Mark 6 Alpha, which make up the bulk of Britain's fleet. And today's display airframe is a real veteran, having clocked an outrageous 12,000 hours in support of British operations. The Chinook Force are stationed at RAF Odiham in Hampshire, where we have 3 frontline squadrons all operating the Chinook. The 2023 display is brought to you by a team made up of personnel from 18 Bomber Squadron, which has one of the richest histories of any squadron in the RAF. It was the original squadron to fly the UK's only tandem rotor helicopter, and therefore produces what are undoubtedly the cream of the Chinook Force's pilots. It is an immense privilege to be able to display for you today. If we look to the display area now, we can see our aircraft has dropped down into the low-level environment, an area where all Chinook crews are comfortable, and is running in towards us at 120 knots. Have your cameras ready. The crew are just picking up their markers for the centre of the display area and are charging in towards us. I had a quick chat with them before they started the display today, and I can assure you they're super excited to be bringing the Blade Slap to the Bournemouth Air Festival. They clear the final line of boats and enter the display area to begin the 2023 Chinook display. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The aircraft completes the first pedal turn and brakes left to set up for the next maneuver, the offset wingover. This year's display is captained by Flight Lieutenant Jim Hobkirk. Jim is the Chinook Force's old father time, having joined the RAF in 1989, before most of the display team were even born. Jim has flown the Wessex, the Augusta 109, the Griffin, and now the Chinook. He's undertaken operational tours across the globe and is the highest graded current frontline instructor of all. Rumour has it, he even provided the inspiration for Leonardo da Vinci's original helicopter drawing. He's used the wingover to reposition for the run-in back along the beachfront in exactly the same way the frontline pilot uses a wingover to recce an area before making a landing. He's pulled up to the vertical for the first of the 2 roller coaster bunts. 50 degrees nose down, he's diving the aircraft back down towards his 100-foot hard deck. He pulls the aircraft up towards the vertical for the second half of the roller coaster, using a big chunk of the Chinook's 10,000 shaft horsepower to move all 15 tons of metal through the sky. As he hits his hard deck again, he begins repositioning for the next manoeuvre. Joining Jim in the cockpit today is Flight Lieutenant Ian Cooper, known as Coops on 18 Squadron. Coops originally joined the RAF in 2007 as a weapons system operator and was posted to Scotland to protect UK waters on the back of the Nimrod MR2. However, with the Nimrod being withdrawn from service and now imbued with a taste for flight, Coops decided to rebranch as a pilot and has been flying the Chinook since 2018. They're running in for the nose-over, and JJ is now entirely dependent on Coops for patter for how to fly this manoeuvre. Let's join them in the cockpit.
Point 3, ready, enter, now. 10, 20, 30, 40, 45, 50, now. Progress, 10, 20, 30, 40, 45, 650 feet. 600, 500, 400, 300, 250, 200 feet, good height, good speed.
With the nose-over complete, they begin setting up for the second of the pedal turns. Jim enters another max performance climb before a large pedal input at the apex sees the aircraft reverse through 180 degrees. They'll now perform a pass of the beachfront and give you a chance for some cracking photos of the iconic silhouette of the Chinook. The Chinook is inextricably linked with the modern battlefield. During conflicts in Afghanistan and Iraq, the unmistakable sound of the Chinook's blade slap offered assurance to those on the ground that help was always to hand. The airframe has proved its mettle time and again, overcoming the unrelenting heat of the desert and conquering the darkest of nights. The unrivaled combination of power, agility and endurance has enabled the Chinook Force to deliver on time and on target, irrespective of what is asked of it. They're now running in towards crowd right for a demonstration of just how agile the Chinook is for the nose-down quick stop. They stop the Chinook on a sixpence. This enables them to convert the aircraft from ramming speed to a hover where they can offer support to troops on the ground. And with the ramp now open, we give our whiz-up the best seat in the house on Bournemouth Beach. Operating the bright orange hands today is Sergeant Josh Tomlins. Josh is an Essex boy who left school to work as an NHS first responder before initially joining the Air Force as an air traffic controller. After a short stint in that challenging role, he decided to turn his hand to being a Chinook crewman. He's undertaken operations in Mali and the Middle East since then. Our aircraft is only airworthy today thanks to our team of engineers, led by Engineering Officer Flight Lieutenant Keith Greer, who, like all good engineering officers, you'll be pleased to hear is heavily supervised by his team of senior NCOs. They work relentlessly, not just to enable today's display, but are the backbone of all Chinook activity, keeping us airborne in whichever corner of the globe the Chinook's awesome capability is needed. And with the ramp now closed, the crew will enter what is known as the Gorney Corkscrew. This manoeuvre harks back to the Chinook Force's time in Bosnia, where they would often depart the Gorney Vakuf base in this fashion. It helped them clear the high-sided valley, lifted the morale of the troops that they had just resupplied, and also provides an opportunity to demonstrate the Chinook's astonishing power-to-weight ratio. With the corkscrew complete, they'll now enter a 405-degree spiral descent back down towards the hard deck. It's worth mentioning that all of our display activity is conducted around normal duties and operational commitments. Both aircrew and engineers of the Chinook Force work tirelessly to deliver their normal operational output and will return to work on Monday after this fantastic festival to fly, fix and fight our mighty Chinooks. The crew are now positioning the aircraft for the run-in and brake. This is a great chance for a photo of the Chinook's underbelly, but more importantly, enables us to bring some of that fantastic blade slap that the Chinook display is known for. Simply lovely. There's an awful lot more to the Chinook Force than just the aircrew and engineers who have enabled today's display. Every trade in the RAF exists with the singular aim of enabling the Chinook Force to deliver air manoeuvre. The tireless work of our air operations staff ensures that all our training runs smoothly. Logisticians make sure spare parts and fuel are precisely where they're needed. Air traffickers and battle space managers keep the crew abreast of threats and facilitate safe landings when the weather's as bad as it was yesterday. Countless other trades in the RAF, whose efforts all too often go unsung, provide vital input to the unwavering delivery of the Chinook Force's incredible capabilities. The crew are now running in for a quick stop. This is another demonstration of how quickly this 16-ton helicopter can be stopped. They raise the nose and use both of their 60-foot discs as a massive air brake to slow the aircraft down. This puts the aircraft in a position where it can land quickly or provides a solid hover for things like winching or dispatching troops and boats. And to complete our 2023 display, the crew are now conducting an over-the-shoulder departure. Please give them a big wave and an even bigger cheer as they depart the display area and finish today's display. It has been an honour to display the Boeing CH-47 Chinook for you and bring the blade slap to Bournemouth Beach. If you have any questions about the Chinook Force, please come and find us in the RAF Village. We'd love to answer all your RAF-related questions and have some free posters and stickers to give away. It's also your chance to grab a photo with some of the crew and try on those iconic orange hands. Please give us a follow on social media and send any photos or videos you've taken from today's display to us. We love seeing them, and the ones that the crew deem best at the end of the season will win some awesome Chinook Display team goodies. We hope you've enjoyed the show and look forward to meeting you later on. Thanks very much, Bournemouth.
Well, thank you very much, Flight Lieutenant Tim Griffiths there. Really outstanding contribution, as always, to the enjoyment of our afternoons. And the Chinook, very kindly brought to us by Thales, one of our many sponsors helping this show stay with us. And that's a very, very important message this year. We just need everybody's support. It's a massive team effort. Obviously, the bulk of it, of that work is taken by BCP Council themselves, being the major contributor and organiser with their outstanding events team. And my hat's off to all of them. But do give generously. Do make sure you buy a programme, because that helps finance future shows as well. It's only £6.50 and it's a really, really good read. Make the most of that. And of course, it's got all the detail that you need to know, and particularly great photographs for the kids. And if you come up to the military villages, then there's a chance of getting autographs from many of the pilots as well. So make the most of that. Well, we're just going to take a short break now while we reset the stage for the next aircraft, which is due, I make it, in about 7 or 8 minutes' time. Just have a bit of a technical failure here on one or two of my machines. And interesting, well, we just fixed that. We were just chatting about all the fascinating things to see and do. And one of the things I'm quite keen to check out, I just wonder whether anybody's Madame Jojo's Cabaret, which sounds absolutely terrific. And it's one of the high points. But I'm told that there's several other pop-up restaurants down on the beach, which are worth taking a look at as well, apart from a huge number of street food traders and, of course, the bars up and down the seafront.
experience, dining experience, all weighted, all fully lovely and beautiful, all down at the VIP hospitality area. Got all the street food up and down, plenty of places to eat. There's a lovely few bars. There's a cocktail bar up at the top of the East Cliff Zigzag, bootleg bar, the bus bar, the sand bar, and you've got the hop-on-in bar up at the Overcliff as well. So I think that's the bus bar. So you've got these wonderful places to spend the evening here. And indeed, what a lovely evening, what a lovely place to spend your time. And indeed, come and partake in all the festival events that are taking place. Certainly, there will be some events over in the lower village where you'll get some of the Royal Marines hand-to-hand combat. And then there'll be various beat the retreats, and also, indeed, all the villages, the military villages there, will all be doing their each respective bit.
So we got a bit of a change coming up a little later on the schedule. It may not have got out to everybody, but the one thing you will have noticed is, of course, that the BBMF did not appear in their set slot earlier on this afternoon. And that's because we've retimed them to fit in with their departure from Royal Air Force Coningsby. And they will now be displaying straight after the red arrows. So what we're very keen to get the message out to you right at this very moment is to ensure that you don't all make a mad rush everywhere after the red arrows, because, of course, we've got another really, really outstanding display from the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. That'll stretch the end of this afternoon's displaying right through till about 10 to 6. Then we will have the break of an hour and a half or so. You'll have plenty of time then to go and feed the kids and relax and chill out somewhere before we then start the evening show. So just bear that in mind. After the red arrows, we go straight into just a couple of minutes break while the red arrows depart the airspace, going straight into the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight formation display. So terrific part 3, really, of this afternoon's aircraft. We'll just give you a quick heads up on what's coming up next, shall we, Andy?
Yes, absolutely. With the next flying show coming up is a bit of a first for Bournemouth Air Festival. Actually, quite weirdly, because this team providing this aircraft are very well displayed and flown around the UK. So we're very much looking forward to see them there. Bit of a surprise. We'll wait for them to arrive and we shall see. There was a couple of clues earlier, weren't there, with the twin boom aircraft. I wonder if anybody could guess. Of course, it's on the app. If you download the app, you'll be able to see all the late changes and updates. And of course, that will show then the late change of the BBMF after the Reds as well. But next, we're waiting for the Bronco in a couple of minutes' time.
Well, it's just a slight hold up. Now, we've got a couple of aircraft holding out on the western side, so boys and girls, keep your eyes peeled there. One will be flying in very shortly, the other just holding off. So here we go, running in from the right-hand side, a unique first appearance from Belgium. Andy, tell us all about this.
So, ladies and gentlemen, out to your right-hand side there, you can now see the second twin-boom aircraft that I alluded to when we saw the Vampire. And again, operated by an overseas display company. The Bronco demo team. Here, painted in German colours, you can see just running in from the right-hand side here, the OV-10 Bronco. Absolutely fascinating history to this aircraft, more of which shortly, but let's just admire the sleek lines and grace, power and speed, flown by husband and wife team, Tony and Edith of the Bronco demo team restoration fund, all privately run and owned. So here to our right-hand side, the Bronco. So this aircraft here with a nice addition of smoke and those day glow markings to help us see it. Obviously its camouflage is obviously not that great, but developed originally back as a forward air control aircraft for the US, for use out in the Vietnam conflict. It was actually bizarrely conceived by two US retired Marines who built a concept prototype in their garage. They wanted an aircraft that come and support them on their operations. The aircraft needed to be strong, capable of carrying stuff, able to loiter, and able to support troops in contact. In fact, it was then this garage design, if you like, fantastic bit of resourceful entrepreneurship by these two ex-US Marines. It was then taken to the North American aviation company Rockwell, and its first flight in this format was in 1965. Indeed, it then went on to serve in all three US branches from 1965 to 1995, both the Air Force, the Navy, and the Marines. He is doing a beautiful roll. Tony De Bruin, the pilot there, rolling the height off and the energy and then putting the gear down. This aircraft was specifically designed for austere conditions, designed for rough landings, requires no ground equipment, completely self-supporting. It's got armor protection, bullet-resistant windshields, self-sealing fuel cells for operating in quite clearly very hostile environments. Here we are, Tony just bringing it round for a dirty pass there. Gear down, solid high gear there, so allowing it good clearance on jungle roads and strips. Clearings and airfields very few and far between out in the Southeast Asia. The aircraft can carry some 2,400 pounds of cargo, or 6 paratroopers, or 2 stretchers, and a medic in a former twin-prop MERT team. The aircraft with those twin booms carries extensive internal fuel, turboprop giving it the power, but also the fuel efficiency, and it can loiter for up to 3 hours, or indeed speed up, as we saw on that pass earlier, up to 350 knots. Twin boom high tail gives the aircraft rudder control if it should lose an engine. And this aircraft has been ordered and had orders placed from many countries throughout the world, from Germany, Thailand, Venezuela, and Indonesia. This aircraft is operated and painted in German Air Force colours. Indeed, the Bronco demo team have 2 such aircraft. And the German Air Force use their aircraft for target towing. You just see at the rear of that main fuselage sponsor there is the glass bubble where the rear observer would look at the rear target towing to monitor those targeting operations. Broncos are still in use throughout the world. Some later design versions going to Morocco, the Philippines, and Colombia. Boeing have taken over the design plans and are currently evolving a modern version. From 2012, the OV-10X. Computerized cockpit, modern comms, sensors, and some limited bombing capabilities. Great zoom power and capability there. And again, all that excess power allowed it to carry the payload, or indeed loiter, and it gave it the power also to operate from short strips, doing short takeoff and landings, and then getting out of the threat zone very quickly up to altitude. Philippines Air Force, the last actually using the aircraft in anger, still active in active military service today. And now in the reserves, the US Air Force use the Bronco as a forward air controller trainer. It's many roles, and you can see it's very agile, light, easy and maneuverable, and it's performed many, many roles. Forward air control, helicopter escort, armed reconnaissance, light air transport, and some limited ground attack. It's even landed on aircraft carriers, large deck, US Marine amphibious assault ships, and without the need for catapults or arresting wires.
Big wave coming up, boys and girls. Sorry to interrupt there. Look at that for a wing waggle, Andy.
That is some wing waggle. I think he's using all 89 degrees there for his wing waggle. And they can see you. So in there is an orange-clad flying suit of Tony there. Find that beautiful final last pass.
Yeah, an absolutely venerable supporter of all things air displays. Very busy around the European scene as well. Terrific guy. Still going very strong indeed, relatively youngster compared to some of the display pilots we've got here this weekend. But great shame we were not able to see the full stall performance of this aircraft. Of course, we don't have an airstrip in front of us, not even an aircraft carrier, but I've got a feeling we might see part of that sequence if he's coming down into what we call the K-SAN approach. Here we go.
Yes, this shows one of those short field landings, coming in steeply to minimize the time through the threat zone of small arms fire. Hanging on the props. If we were at an airfield air show, George, he would be doing a quick, short landing on the runway and then applying the power again, zooming off up again.
Well, the K-SAN approach, of course, still very, very popular amongst Royal Air Force heavy lift aircraft, going in and out of lots of locations, most notably and recently Afghanistan, of course. But K-SAN, a feature of the Vietnam War, where you're doing your very, very best to avoid that small arms fire as you're coming into land. So more or less replicating what we might have seen, but not short enough. Literally 300 yards is all he needs. It's a great machine, isn't it?
Absolutely beautiful. I was surprised how agile it was, but it's clearly been beautifully designed exactly for the purpose required in support of ground troops and forward air control.
Yeah, it's a really nimble aircraft. Well, you've got to look really hard out to sea now. It's a tiny little aircraft making its way out there. I think if we got eyes on and we're ready to go, I think we are ready to go. It's fantastic. To tell us all about today's training mechanism, not necessarily the full genre, but this aircraft has been very sturdy and stable for many years in training many military aircraft. Please welcome Flying Officer Aaron Horrocks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the 2023 Royal Air Force Tutor Display. My name is Flying Officer Aaron Horrocks, and I'm the Tutor Display Manager. It's a pleasure to display the Grob to you all today. And now, flying in towards you from the center at over 200 miles per hour is the Tutor Display pilot, Flight Lieutenant David John Gibbs. As he pulls up at 5.5 G, he converts his speed into height to perform his first maneuver, the quarter clover. David John is known to most as DJ or Gibbo. He was born in Southport and started his flying career in the Royal Navy in 1996, flying the Sea King in the support helicopter role. As this is DJ's second year with the Tutor Display, he is operating at a base height of 300 feet. This is 200 feet lower than his previous season. DJ now regains his airspeed and pulls up into another quarter clover. As he goes over the top, he achieves 1,300 feet. DJ rolls 90 degrees whilst pointing straight up before completing a stall turn at almost zero airspeed. And keen enthusiasts among you may notice this is the only 2023 RAF display you'll be able to see a stall turn performed. DJ is now serving in the Royal Air Force, and when not displaying, he is responsible for training qualified military pilots to become instructors on the Grob Tutor. During his varied career, DJ has amassed over 6,000 flying hours on 50 different aircraft types. The Tutor is operated by No. 6 Flying Training School, primarily for UAS students and air cadets. 6 FTS is also engaged in other essential defense tasks, such as frontline mission rehearsal and training of mission support crew. In his spare time, DJ flies vintage airplanes, races powerboats, and drives classic cars. The wingover is a combined pitching and rolling maneuver used to turn the flight path through 180 degrees. You'll notice that every wingover is slightly different as DJ carefully selects his flight path for differing wind conditions and aircraft energy states. The Tutor has a top speed of 212 miles per hour and can achieve a maximum plus 6 G, meaning that the pilot is subjected to forces 6 times stronger than gravity. Displaying the Tutor requires careful energy management due to its low power to weight ratio. DJ will now use another wing over to regain as much energy as possible to set up for his next maneuver. There are 13 air experience flights across the UK. These serve over 1,200 air cadet squadrons and RAF combined cadet force units nationwide. Each year, the experience flights offer trips to 20,000 cadets. And you can join the air cadets if you're between 12 and 17 years old. From the age of 13, you can glide in the Viking or fly in the Tutor and experience aerobatic maneuvers like you see today. The RAF Air Cadets is also one of the largest providers of the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme and offers a wide range of other adventurous training. The Grob 115E Tutor is operated in partnership with Babcock International Group, It's constructed of a carbon composite material and has a 180 horsepower Lycoming piston engine. DJ will pull up into the vertical for another stall turn. This is an excellent photo opportunity. As DJ presents the underside of the aircraft, you'll see the high contrast of the dark color compared to the sky. This is designed to increase conspicuity. The Tutor display team is sponsored by the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund. The Benevolent Fund supports Royal Air Force personnel, air cadets, veterans, and their families whenever they are in need. We're proud to raise awareness for a charity that gives so much to the whole of the RAF family. For those of you that are considering going to university, there are 15 university air squadrons across the UK. Students on university air squadrons are taught to fly the Tutor by highly experienced military flying instructors. The Tutor is capable of sustained inverted flight, which DJ will now demonstrate on this inverted pass. Sat at -1G and hanging in his straps, this is not a comfortable position to be in as blood rushes to his head. The University Air Squadrons provide a huge opportunity for personal development. They particularly embrace the Royal Air Force's core values of respect, integrity, service, and excellence. The UAS offers a wide variety of adventurous training in the UK and expeditions across the globe. In the 4-point roll, DJ delicately uses the rudder to support the nose above the horizon whilst flying at 90 degrees angle of bank. Visit our tent website or view the Tutor display leaflets to access a QR code to donate to the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund. University Air Squadron members are not committed to a military career after graduation. However, many do decide to join the Royal Air Force. There are sponsorship schemes available to ease the financial burden of university life. And why not visit the Tutor stand and talk to some Southampton and Bristol University Air Squadron students about their experiences? I'd like to take this moment to say a big thank you to our supporters this season. They are the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund, Breitling UK, Squadron Prince and Babcock, who have provided much of the merchandise we are giving out at our stand today and throughout the season. Following this next wing over, DJ will complete the loop. The loop is a quintessential aerobatic maneuver. As he pulls up, he is subject to 5G. DJ aims to pitch the aircraft around an imaginary circle in the sky, meaning even when inverted, the centrifugal forces keep him pressed into his seat. The high tempo of Royal Air Force operations continues today, with aircraft and personnel deployed around the world, operating with NATO and our other allies. All the while, our QRA force secures the skies above Britain 24/7, 365 in the Typhoon you saw earlier today. Today, the Royal Air Force is recruiting for multiple rewarding and demanding professions. The Royal Air Force has an exciting future ahead with the continued development of the Lightning, Poseidon and Space Command. They will soon be joined by the introduction of the Wedgetail and Protector aircraft. You can visit the RAF website to find out more. After completing this wing over, DJ will enter the slow roll. Get your cameras ready for some great angles. And make sure to tag the RAF Tutor display on social media so we can see your shots. Throughout the slow roll, DJ will skillfully coordinate elevator, rudder, and aileron inputs in order to keep the lift vector pointing upwards, this preventing him from descending towards the ground. DJ will now bring the Tutor around for his departing wave. This is another great photo opportunity. Make sure you return his wave as he flies through, as he can see you. And a big thank you to Bournemouth for hosting us today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the 2023 Royal Air Force Tutor display.
Yes, come on everybody, big round of applause. Hats, coats, umbrellas, you know the form. Give him a man, oh fabulous. We're really getting some great wing waggles today, and I have to say that was an absolutely meticulously well performed slow roll as well. It's much, much trickier to do that accurately and in the detail that we just saw it than you imagine. An awful lot going on in the cockpit there, and the coordination. And I thought that was a superb display. And you notice also the change of colour. They're generally pretty much all white, but we understand that the aircraft with the roundel, which is normally on the underside, went tech a day or so ago, and so they had to bring one of these. Only 3 of these aircraft painted in those high conspicuity colours. We were discussing earlier on the advantages of yellow and, of course, the addition of black being the 2 most significant colours to have in that regime. Well, we're coming to the last of our sort of guest performers today in many ways, and a nod to some really local history as well. And I don't know, it's almost a bit of a tearjerker sometimes. So, you know, we're coming into such a brilliant climax of aircraft this afternoon, featuring heritage engines in particular, but also, of course, national icons in the Red Arrows and the BBMF as well. But the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight really getting out and about so much more now than they did in previous years. And it's just wonderful to see them reconnecting with so many different air shows, and a very vital part of that as well, with significant background. In the hands today of 2 very well-known pilots and very competent as well. These are 2 icons of the flying history of pretty much not just the Second World War, but of course Britain as well at the same time. So that's how we're going to conclude this next section. We're looking at, I can hear them online already, and that's good news because that'll give us plenty of time as well to prepare after them for the Red Arrows and then for the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. There's just a double reminder there, therefore, that after the Red Arrows, we're not taking the break then because the BBMF were delayed leaving. We're going straight from Red Arrows to BBMF, and then we'll have the late afternoon tea and supper break as you wish. No doubt ice creams as in the menu as well. Ah, what a cracking day. Lovely to see you all. Lovely to see so many boats. Do encourage more out tomorrow, won't you? Make sure you all pick up a programme, though, and help contribute to this show. No such thing as a free air show. It all takes a lot of effort. But running in now, this beautiful pairs formation team from Rolls-Royce, the Mark 19 Spitfire and the P-51 Mustang. And I think a trip down memory lane, absolutely key. For those people who went to the school in Southbourne, of course, you will have seen the plaque on the grounds there, 12th of July, 1910, the year that Charles Rolls was the first person to die in an air crash at pretty much the very first air display that the country had ever known as well. An extraordinary contribution, just 36 years of age. He was in one of the the planes of that era, just of course 7 years after the Wright brothers first took to the air. An extraordinary story. But here Rolls-Royce focusing very much on promoting their own heritage and inspiring the next generation in the operation and demonstration of these rare and historically accurate aircraft, engines and other artifacts. First part of this display, you can see another demonstration of accuracy in pairs formation flying. In the hands today of Alistair Steg Williams, as he's known, and also Mark Disco to his mates, of course, and a well-known name going right back to his days with the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Led by the strong, meaty and outstanding aircraft, the P-51 Mustang. More on that later as they split, but of course no mistaking the elegant lines of what was the top of the range of Spitfires in its day, the Mark 19 photo reconnaissance aircraft. whole flurry of Merlins now in this last hour. We'll be finishing off with the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, of course, but here Rolls-Royce making their own contribution to what was a unique partnership between Royce and Rolls, initially with cars, but Charles Rolls himself actually didn't stick with cars for too long because he really took to aviation in a big way, flying hundreds of hours on the earlier marks. Good photo shoot coming in now as they come directly at you in crowd center and anticipating a break. Here we go, stand by. Oh, and that unique whistling from the gun ports on the Mustang there, just setting the tone, and what a stunning, stunning and delightful sight it is. Now, I'm pretty sure I haven't been through all of the STEM park yet, but I have little doubts that in some way many of the aviation companies in the UK are represented here, and of course Rolls-Royce right up there in pursuing STEM ambitions. They add the A to theirs, they're into STEAM, which is just adds arts to that mix as well. And really pointing out a pathway to modern technology and sustainability, doing their best to promote and encourage the next generation of engineers and scientists to get involved with military, well, and just general aviation.
So beautiful topside pass there as Disco shows this wonderful Rolls-Royce Spitfire off to perfection. Papa Sierra 853, 36, nearly 37 litre Rolls-Royce Griffon engine. It was the unarmed high-altitude reconnaissance version of this aircraft, one of a batch of only 79 Mark 19s built at Supermarine Southampton. It was powered by the Griffon 65 or the Griffon 66, which you can hear beautifully here, and represents the pinnacle of the Spitfire's development.
It's a very distinctively different sound, isn't it? I call it a growl as opposed to the hum of the standard Merlin that we hear more often. And that design is just so thrilling. Great shame that Mitchell didn't live long enough to see the success. Extraordinary, over 20,000 of these aircraft. And this right at the top end, double the performance of the Mark I.
In terms of its top speed up to nearly 450 miles an hour and a ceiling of 42,000 feet, making it clearly ideal for the high-altitude reconnaissance role. This particular aircraft was delivered to the Central Photographic Reconnaissance Unit at RAF Benson in January 1945, before moving to Belgium and then Holland. The aircraft was engaged on active service with 16 Squadron up to the end of the war, and participated in Operation Crossbow to detect the V1 and V2 launch sites. End of the war, it remained on duty in Germany until March 46. Returned to the UK, placed in storage, and in 1950 was one of several Mark 19 Spitfires selected for conversion to conduct meteorological research.
Do you know, even though we've got more Spitfires flying in this country now than we had back in the late 50s, it's still just deep, deep pleasure and an emotional experience, isn't it, to watch a solo Spitfire grace the skies.
I think it's the sheer power and agility, that beautiful design there that Disco is showing off the elliptical wing. The purest finesse of all that skill and engineering that generated this beautiful aircraft. Later Marks had clip wings, low back, and different canopies, and became very different from the original design. But this, the Mark 19, superlative finished design.
Oh, just love that growl. It could go on for half an hour for all I care, just mesmerizing performance.
This aircraft performed the last ever meteorological research flight on the 10th of June 1957 in Anger. And then finally it was then retired into ceremonial and display duties to form the Royal Air Force's historic aircraft flight, then to become what we know now as BBMF. This aircraft still carries the colours of number 16 Photographic Reconnaissance Squadron, 2nd Tactical Air Force, bearing the markings Papa Sierra 853 war between January and June 1945. PSA 53, as she's now popularly known, now widely recognised as a true ambassador for Rolls-Royce, appearing at air displays and charity events, and indeed in front of us here this evening. It honours the pilots of all nations who flew them and the men and women who built and maintained them. These aircraft are based in their dedicated own hangar up at East Midlands Airport near Derby. Over the winter, they're carefully looked after by Rolls-Royce personnel, apprentices, maintained to perfection, and allowed to display throughout the summer for us here between April and October.
Disco manoeuvring now very sadly into his last pass, but luckily we are going to see a Spitfire again in about 3/4 of an hour or so. Just savour this moment and do please give him a wave. And what a crescendo that is, an absolutely magnificent piece of flying, and of course another iconic aircraft. But you keep your eyes peeled now, coming in from the right-hand side, the P-51 Mustang. Oh, this was a machine and a half, really outstanding. The most successful long-range fighter escort of World War II. Not entirely an instant success when it was first designed for the British in literally just 120 days to meet their requirement, of course, to get more fighters into the air. Initially built with Allison engines, they were reasonably okay at low altitudes, but pretty underpowered and disappointing at higher altitudes. So, unsurprisingly, you can guess what's coming, can't you? Happily, in late 1942, the aircraft design was absolutely transformed when it was matched with the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, and that's why Rolls-Royce are indeed acquainted so tightly with this airframe as well. Merlins became produced by a company called Packard, and you'll often hear mention of the Packard Merlins being involved with this particular fleet of aircraft. Installed initially in 1943 with the 51Bs and Cs models, and then making the superb impact developed into the P-51D in 1944 with its bubble canopy and 6 guns, and certainly one of the most iconic and potent fighters of all time. It had the most incredible range, just over 2,000 miles, would you believe, thanks to its huge fuel capacity, 1,000 litres internally, and the possibility of adding another 800 under the wing. Level maximum speed of 437 miles an hour. And that was just at 25,000 feet, but able to get a max speed just in excess of 500 miles an hour with a service ceiling just a little tad below 42,000 feet. An absolutely outstanding machine. And this one actually leased to Rolls-Royce. It came out of the North American aviation production line at the famous factory Inglewood in California in mid-1944.
Beautiful topside pass there. An amazing, successful flash of genius, no less, pairing that engine with that aircraft. As Mustang ace Colonel Clarence E. Bird Anderson wrote, that the Mustang went like hell because the Merlin had great gobs of power and was equally at home, high or low, thanks to its two-stage, two-speed supercharger.
This aircraft actually spent most of its life in various training units, although it was delivered to the United States Army Air Force in July 1945, but didn't get to see any combat, eventually making its way to the Royal Canadian Air Force and serving with 403 City of Calgary Squadron through to 1959. Flying the flag for the company, it was added to the heritage flight in recent years, essentially to display another iconic Merlin-powered aircraft, seen as a perfect fit with global appeal, celebrating a historic and ongoing relationship between Rolls-Royce and, of course, the United States Air Force.
P-51 was used by all the Allied air forces in the North African, Mediterranean, Italian and Pacific theatres. During World War II, Mustang pilots claimed to have destroyed nearly 5,000 enemy aircraft. Unsurprising, given then that with this definitive version, the P-51D, powered by that Rolls-Royce Merlin 66 two-stage, two-speed supercharged engine, it was armed with 6 50 caliber machine guns. Used by the USAF's 8th Air Force to escort bomber raids over Germany. Royal Air Force's 2nd Tactical Air Force also used them in the fighter bomber roles in which the Mustang again excelled.
Painted in the colours of Colonel Donald Blakesley, this particular aircraft, commanding officer of the 4th Fighter Group, the Debden Eagles, meticulously researched to ensure the Mustang is an accurate representation of his wartime mount. It was known as Warhorse, and that was a nod to the Mustang's namesake and Blakesley's radio call sign, Horseback Leader. And definitely an aircraft I wouldn't mind having in my own stable, that is for sure.
As seen by popular owners on famous films, I think. This aircraft continued into the Korean War. Here's the topside pass. Everybody, ladies and gentlemen, the boys and girls, do give Alistair a wave. And now he's showing those beautiful Tactical Air Force markings on the underside as well. Aircraft flew throughout the Korean War, was then superseded by the jet fighters, the jet fighter age, including the F-86. It took over the fighter role. The Mustang then became more specialized as a fighter bomber ground attack. Despite the advent of jet fighters, the Mustang could still hold its own and remained in service with some air forces until the early 1980s. Now, of course, as we've seen, Mustang has been used as a popular ride by those that happy to keep them flying, and indeed other such specialized roles as Reno air races. Such power and speed, agility, stability indeed at low level makes it the ideal air racing aircraft also.
Okay, coming up now, final pass from Alistair Stegg-Williams, a fellow Army aviator of mine, brought up on Lynx helicopter operations in and around Germany and Northern Ireland. Another superb roll. He might just get a little nod back over his shoulder there, taking a look down at you. So you know the form, boys and girls, don't you? All these guys working hard, giving up their weekends as well to entertain you. Always nice to give them a good wave off. And while you're at it, if you're staying local, then you can't get access, I don't think, sadly, to the school. But there is a monument to in commemoration of Charles Rolls down at the car park at the Southbourne end. If you go down towards Hangersbury Head, perhaps later on this evening, then just take a look at that and read the information boards next to that. It's a really fascinating piece of history, an extraordinary story. Oh, well, we're getting another one. That's brilliant. Stegg got the dream job, I think, flying the company Gulfstream first of all, and just what happens to be in the hangar. Oh, look, there's just a vintage Spitfire and Mustang. Oh, well, it's a must-fly job, isn't it? Absolutely outstanding, and nothing better on a day like this. But they do love getting these aircraft around the country. And also, so if you're a youngster, take a look at things like the Rolls-Royce company and indeed all the other STEM artifacts and exhibitions that we have. Most of that is all up on the top side of the air display. We've got an upstairs and downstairs organisation here as well, and it's essential to get around both elements of the show. As well as activity, a lot going on in the gardens, of course, later on. The Royal Marines Unarmed Combat Display taking place later this evening, and I think Andy will just give us those times. And a few other things as well. There are movies going on in the gardens too, as well as all the other food outlets that you can enjoy during the course of the evening. Two items to go now. Of course, we just have a bit of an air gap before the red arrows appear, and then the memorial flight, and then we will take a break at about 10 to 6. Just to plan your evening, the night show will commence at 19:40, 20 to 8. We've got 4 items for you this evening. The Typhoon with its fantastic afterburners fully lit for taking us into dusk. The Firebirds coming back all lit up for a change. And then Otto, the extraordinary gentleman from the Purple Twilight, Brendan O'Brien and his wingman Alex will be, I think Alex is flying it tonight and Brendan tomorrow. An explosion in the sky for you. And then we're finishing off with a fully lit up Tiger's parachute display as well. But back to the gardens. Andy, I think you have the timings for me.
Yes, managed to dig out the times, George. Yes, after the Red Arrows and after the BBMF. BBMF, the last flying act. We then move into the evening entertainment between the gap there. And 1820 to 1840 is unarmed combat in the lower gardens. Then 1845 is Beat the Retreat, again in the lower gardens. Then there's also, for those that fancy a bit of an outdoor film, The Greatest Showman is out on the film in the lower gardens. That starts at 1945. And then on Friday, this evening at 10 o'clock, we've got the fireworks after the night flying programme.
Super. Right, we're going to reset the scene now. A lot of action. All these jets coming your way very shortly. And I know you're just going to love this final sequence where the might of the Royal Air Force, both vintage and modern, are going to be displayed in front of you. We've got Red 10 with us already, which is a great sign. It means the boys are ready to go. We'll be back with you very soon. Well, we're just setting the scene now, ensuring that all the safety checks are carried out. That, of course, is one of the primary jobs of Red 10. But the good news is the sky could not be better, and the scene so eloquent and delightful. It's a terrific time of day to be doing air displays. At least the sun has just moved round a bit, so you get a clearer view, and just blue sky. That cloud you see, Cirrus, very, very high in the sky, not going to be bothering us in the slightest. So just a few minutes to go now. Get yourselves ready, back into position wherever you want to be, comfortable for the red arrows. Well, we're all getting super excited, of course, right now. It's culmination, and how wonderful it is after yesterday's very tiresome and tedious weather to be have such a beautiful evening, not just for the Reds, the Battlebridge Memorial Flight, but of course this evening's night air as well. That night air being brought to you by the Air Festival patrons, and led for many, many years by David Bailey, still now, I think, acting as an ambassador for them, but tremendous support from that particular group, running various events throughout the course of the winter period as well. But it's a terrific weekend actually lined up now. We've got a full program right through Saturday and Sunday as well, so we hope many of you are staying with us. Just a reminder that if you are coming back, please try and fill the car up to make best use. If you can, avoid using the cars altogether, so much the better. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we hope you are ready for the Red Arrows. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is that time of day. Please give a massive Bournemouth Air Festival welcome to Red 10.
Good afternoon, Bournemouth. I am squad leader Graham Muscat. I am Red 10, the team supervisor with the Royal Air Force aerobatic team. That's right, it's the Red Arrows. Great to be back here at Bournemouth. For those that were here yesterday, you saw that we did give it a go. The weather wasn't really on side. However, all the pilots on the team, the whole team, the Blues and the Reds have been doing our best weather dance all overnight. And looks like we've got wonderful skies ahead of us today for the show. As a team supervisor, I'll be here to make sure the team adhere to all the rules and regulations. They provide a safe display. I'll also give you some further information about the Red Arrows and also about the wider Royal Air Force. I'll also put your eyes in the correct piece of sky so that you do not miss a second of the action and today's display. Obviously, one of the roles of the Red Arrows is to represent the Royal Air Force, which as a service is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You saw earlier the Typhoon displayed by Flight Lieutenant Brighty. And we use that aircraft as the quick reaction alert aircraft, both in the UK and overseas, working alongside our allies and NATO partners. And that aircraft is absolutely phenomenal piece of equipment. It's fantastic and does a great job at safeguarding those skies. However, it's not just about the fast jets. We also have heavy lift transport aircraft and heavy lift helicopters who help all around the world in humanitarian support and operations. And it's all those personnel and the whole force personnel, Royal Air Force. That's whether that's the regulars, the reserves, the civilian contractors and the civil servants all working together as whole force. And it is all those personnel who are our most valuable asset and always have been since the inception of the Air Force over 100 years ago, who make the Royal Air Force a valuable service and allow us to do what we do all across the world and in the UK. Because the RAF is a force for good, securing air and space domains to maintain peace, delivering humanitarian aid and support where it's needed most, and employing lethal force where the circumstances demand it. And the RAF has a proud history of serving the nation, and has an international spirit of our aviators as strong today as it has been over a century ago, reflecting their character, bravery and dedication. As I said, the weather's pretty good today, so hopefully we'll get a full show in today. And we have 3 types of show, whether that be a full show, a rolling show, or a flat show. And that is all based on cloud base and visibility and the airspace available to us. For a full show, we need 5,500 millimeter cloud base, 2,500 feet for a rolling show, and 1,000 feet for a flat show. As you can see ahead of us, there's hardly a cloud in the sky. That cloud is very high, and there are no airspace restrictions. So I would expect Red One to take the show full. However, that decision is not made until about 10 seconds running into the show, and he will make that as Red One, as I said, runs into the show. The team are airborne from Bournemouth. They're conducting all their pre-show checks. They'll get themselves into a war formation. They'll get all the smoke pods primed, so they are in the best position to arrive for the display here at Bournemouth. As I said, they'll arrive in war formation. That's approximately a formation 200 to 300 feet from left wingtip to right wingtip. And don't forget, give them a massive shout and a massive round of applause as they arrive. And I will transmit that to the team, and they really appreciate your support as they arrive and kick off the display today. However, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please put your hands together for the 2023 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrows! As I said, the team arrive in war formation in the red, white and blue trailing behind them. The white smoke comes on and they collapse into 8 arrow position. They'll reach a height of over 5,500 to 6,000 feet over the top of the loop. The smoke comes off as Red One brings them back down to their display line. As Red One brings them around to the left, you hear the voice of Red One. That is squad leader Tom Bold. He is in his 3rd and final year on the team as team leader. He was also in the team between 2014 and 16, where he eventually left, having been the synchro leader. He's also flown the Typhoon on operations, as well as being a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II, as well as the Tucano, where he was the Tucano display pilot in 2010. The smoke will come on as Red One continues to bring them round to the left for the 8 arrow present. Keep your eye on the formation for a dynamic shape change. As Red 7-8 perform a rollback and change the shape from 8 arrow into Vixen. As Red 1 brings the team around to the right, you can see us in Vixen formation. Of course, if we were a 9-ship, number 9 would be at the back and we would be in our trademark Diamond 9. However, for 2023, we are only an 8-ship. And that is simply down to the fact that we can only safely train 3 new pilots each year with the correct level of supervision. However, next year, it's our 60th anniversary. We hope to be back to our Diamond 9 and our trademark 9-ship for the 2024 seasons. However, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready for the Vixen roll! As the team roll to the left on the right-hand side of Red 1 closes in is Red 2. That's Flight Lieutenant Rich Walker. Rich is in his first year on the team, a highly competent and experienced pilot who's flown in operations on both the Harrier and the Typhoon, as well as being a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II. As I said, 8 pilots in the display. However, there are 10 pilots on the team. The 8 you see in front of you. There's myself, Red 10, former Tornado GR4 pilot and qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II. I fly the spare jet everywhere. I also fly around the practice displays with my photographer in the back taking those images. And we have Red 11, who is Officer Commanding Rafat, Wing Commander Adam Collins, former Tornado GR4 pilot, former Red 10, and former Hawk T1 pilot with the Aggressor Squadron 100 Squadron at Leeming when it was in existence. You can see now the team have moved into our first space theme shape. The smoke comes on as Red 1 gets them ready to pull up for the Apollo loop. Once again, the team pulling up at over 400 miles per hour at 4 to 5G. They'll reach a height once again of over 5,500 to 6,000 feet. The aircraft are now slowing down to approximately 110 to 120 miles per hour, which means that the controls are a lot less affected, making the pilots work extremely hard to keep in formation. Conversely, now the aircraft are starting to accelerate through 200, through 300, back to 400 miles per hour, as the controls now become even more effective, which means the pilots are now working the opposite sense, controlling a more responsive aircraft as they come round to the left for the Apollo present. On the left of Red 1 is Red 3, closest in. That's Flight Lieutenant Tom Hansford. Tom, once again, is in his first year on the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot and qualified weapons instructor on the Typhoon, which means he teaches all weapons, technical information, and frontline tactics to the entire Typhoon force. Reds 2 and 3 smoke comes on as the entire center section make their way rearwards. For the second of our space theme shapes, we had Apollo, and now we've got Eagle from the Eagle landing craft from those space missions. And you can see Reds 4 and 5 all the way back at the formation, making it extremely more difficult for them as we take all our formation references from Red 1, and being that far back, it's extremely difficult for them to be able to see Red 1. As the smoke comes on for the Eagle present. As I said, 2 space theme shapes. As the Royal Air Force acknowledges that space plays an important part in all future military operations. And in 2021, UK Space Command was formed, and in 2022, that Space Command reached its initial operating capability. Reds 4 and 5 smoke as they make their way forwards to sit alongside Reds 2 and 3, with Reds 7 and 8 in trail. And in May 2023, the Royal Air Force celebrated the 80th anniversary of Op Chastise, the most famous mission from World War II to take out the dams in the Ruhr Valley, which of course was carried out by the famous 617, the Dam Buster Squadron, who of course still fly in today's Royal Air Force. However, now we fly the latest 5th generation ultra-modern F-35. Once again, Bournemouth, get your cameras ready for the lightning roll. As the team rolls to the left, on the far right-hand side is Red 4, uppermost as you look at it. That's Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. Ollie, once again, is in his first year on the team. He's a former Tornado GR4 pilot and former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II. His opposite number on the left-hand side, smoking on the left, is Red 5, Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw, known as Paddy. Paddy is in his second year on the team. He was Red 3 last year. He's flown both the Tornado GR4 and Typhoon on the frontline operations, as well as being a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark I. All the pilots must have over 1,500 fast-jet hours and be assessed as above average before they can even apply to join the team. They go through a rigorous selection process, interviews, mock interviews, formal flying tests, and peer review, and those candidates are then whittled down to the final 3 who join the team at the end of each season to become the new pilots for next year. You can see now that Red 7 has moved to the left, Red 8 moved to the right, putting all the odd numbers on the left, all the even numbers on the right, as we present our first big wing shape called Signet.
Holding there, thanks. Now, please.
You hear in that radio transmission the commands of Red 1 to the rest of the team. You can almost be forgiven for thinking his commands are robotic and quite monotone in his delivery, and that's because we fly our formation by ear as well as by eye, and that means certainly Red 7 and 8 on the outside of the formation are putting their input in just a little bit earlier than the rest of the team. This allows the whole wing to move as one, and you've just seen them moving to the right rather than a ripple effect down the wing. You can now see the centre section gather back once again with Red 7 in 8 in trail for one of the most popular, if not the most popular manoeuvre of our 2023 display. Bournemouth, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready as the Red Arrows ride the storm in Tornado!
Out, roll, out.
Seven and 8 roll go, and the ball cord is made by Red 7 as Red 7 and 8 roll around the rest of the formation in the start of the Tornado. But of course, Red 1 doesn't want to make it too easy for the rest of the formation, so watch for the colour change. As the red and the blue come on, the team bend around the right, making it even more difficult for Red 7 and 8 to keep that roll, rate and rhythm going. You may be able to see on the front section of aircraft their air brakes are out. That's the small door at the bottom of the aircraft at the base, towards the back. This means that the pilots in that section are now flying with a higher throttle setting and thereby producing a hotter engine gas temperature. This makes the smoke burn a lot more brightly. It also disturbs the airflow outside the back of the airplane, making the smoke billow a lot more fuller, and therefore we use it in certain manoeuvres throughout the display to enhance those manoeuvres. The team now getting into dagger formation as we come to the end of the first half. And we move into the second half, which is the more high-paced, dynamic, jaw-dropping, heart-pumping formation flying involving 2 separate, distinct sections. We have Reds 1 through 5. They are now known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5 from the children's series books. And we have Reds 6, 7, and 8, now named Hannah, named after Squadron Leader Ray Hannah, one of the first members of the Red Arrows. He was also attributed to taking the team from a 7 to a 9, and also attributed to forming our trademark Diamond 9. However, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, look directly to your front. See the nose lights in the distance. Get yourselves ready for the second half. This is Detonator. Enid breaking first, followed by Hannah, with Red 6 off to the left, Red 7 off to the right, and Red 8 up over the top. You may have heard in that radio transmission a tone. That is actually Red 6 giving the commands to Red 7 and 8 to break. And this allows Red 6 to communicate with Hannah formation without stepping on the voice commands of Red 6. We now have Red 7 off to the right, Red 6 off to the left, the synchro pair, led by Red 6 off to the left, the synchro leader. That's squadron leader James Turner, known as JT. JT is in his 4th and final year on the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot and instructor on the Typhoon, and also a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark 1. The synchro pair now pass with each other only 100 feet apart, and each aircraft performs a 4-point hesitation roll. Turn is the call from Red 6 as each aircraft now turn hard away from the display line, pulling hard back towards the center of the beach area as they complete the maneuver called Cyclone. As the synchro pair lead directly to your front, look to your right-hand side. Red 8 arrives 450 miles per hour, only 100 feet with a blue smoking trail. In your far left-hand side, you'll see Enid formation now in an inverted V, as Red 8 lines himself up with Enid to perform the maneuver called the Goose.
Now.
Red 1 gathers the rest of Enid. The red and the blue come on, and he brings a formation around to the left. You may be able to see underneath the aircraft a small tank. It looks like a fuel tank, however, that is actually the smoke pod. That smoke pod is capable of producing 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke, and 1 minute of blue smoke. And each of those colours is selectable by an individual button on the pilot's control column. And during winter training, the pilots between Red 1 and Red 6 configure the smoke plan to ensure that we have the right colour smoke in the display at the right time and that we don't look out. However, look directly to your front, and once again, you've got Red 6 and 7 running up in trail with Red 7 in trail on Red 6. They pull up. Pulling hard with Red 7 in trail. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready for the world famous Synchro Heart. Keep your eye in the high left-hand part of the sky as Red 8 comes in. The red smoke will come on as Red 8 spears the heart. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give Hannah Formation a wonderful round of applause for a fantastic heart in the skies over Bournemouth. Now, keep your eyes once again on the synchro pair, Red 7 off to the right, Red 6 off to the left. They will dive down to only 100 feet above the sea. They've got a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. They'll perform a series of opposition barrel rolls towards each other, only 100 feet above the sea, in a maneuver called the double rolls. Look to your distance in the far right-hand side over the headland, and once again, Enid formation are pulling up, this time joined by Red 8 in trail on Red 1. The red and the blue come on as they perform a series of barrel rolls through the sky, leaving a snake-like smoke trail in the sky in the Python. As I said earlier, there are 10 pilots on the team. However, the Red Arrows is not just about the pilots. We have a squadron of over 140 personnel. Over 130 of them are the engineers, the technicians, the public relations, the administrators, the dive teams, the photographers, and they are known as the Blues, so called by the colour of their flying coveralls. And there are a number of them at our PR tent here in Bournemouth. Inside those blues, there are 10 individuals who are able to fly in the back of our aircraft when we cannot take a full engineering complement in between displays. They are known as Circus. One individual with me at every display is Circus 10. That's Corporal Phil Dye. He is on the beach filming the display for debriefing and safety purposes. He's also responsible for many of the social media and videos and pictures all across social media taken from my aircraft when we fly around the display on photo chasing. This time you've got Red 7 coming in from the left, Red 6 coming in from the right. Once again, at over 800 miles per hour closing speed, at only 100 feet, looking to pass each other within only 100 feet of each other. Each aircraft performs a 360-degree aileron roll. Pull, go is the call from Red 6, as each aircraft know pull up between 5 and 6G, trying to mirror each other on the way up. 5 to 6G means they're pulling all the G-forces which make them weigh even 5 to 6 times heavier than what you and I are as we stand on the shoreline. They're now 60 degrees inverted on the way down as they complete the maneuver called Boomerang. Once again, Red 6 tones to Red 7 to turn to the rear of the crowd. And in the distance on the left-hand side, you can see Enid running back in with the white smoke in trail. Once again, Red 1 pulls Enid up at over 400 miles per hour and 4G twisting to the left. In celebration of His Majesty's coronation, King Charles III, earlier this year. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready for the Enid coronation vertical break. As Enid leaves to the front, the show is still not over. Look to your right-hand side. Hannah, that's Red 6, 7, and 8 running back in from your right-hand side with Red 6, white smoke in trail. Red 6 rolls inverted. And he calls for Red 7 and 8 to roll as Red 7 and 8 roll around the smoke of Red 6 in the corkscrew. Smoke in blue is Red 7. That's Flight Lieutenant Stu Roberts. Stu is in his second year in the team. He was Red 2 last year. And he is a former Typhoon pilot with 11 and 12 Squadron at RAF Coningsby. Smoke in red is Red 8. That's Flight Lieutenant David Simmons, known as Simo. He's in his 5th and final year on the team. He's a former Tornado GR4 pilot. He flew the Tornado roll demo in 2010. And he also flew the Harrier and the F5 while on exchange with the United States Marine Corps. Now look to your right-hand side. Enid coming back in, the white smoke in trail. 2 and 3 roll go is the command from Red 1 as Reds 2 and 3 roll around the outside. Clear go is the comm as Reds 4 and 5 roll around the outside. In one of the hardest maneuvers for our new pilots each year to master, this is rollbacks. The motto of the Red Arrows is Eclat, which means excellence. And that means every single member of the squadron is striving for excellence in everything that we do. However, we're also aware that we are guardians of that motto for no more than 3 to 5 years. And as such, we always aim to leave the squadron in a better place than where we found it. Look directly to your front now. You've got Hannah running back in from your front with Red 6, 7 and 8 with the white smoke in trail. Red 7 and 8 roll go is the comm as Red 7 and 8 smoke blue and roll around Red 6. Once again, get your cameras ready for the Hannah Vortex break. Once again, red 6 off to the left, red 7 off to the right, and red 8 up over the top. Keep your eye on the synchro pair. They pull up to about 30 degrees nose up, about 1,000 feet before they dive down back to the sea for only their final maneuver of the show. Once again, they'll dive down to 100 feet, a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. A series of opposition barrel rolls towards each other, followed by inverted flight to leave the display area in the crossbow. Look directly to your front. Once again, Enid coming back in. The white smoke in trail. The red smoke comes on from red 1. He rolls around the rest formation, leaving the infinity symbol in the sky for the infinity break. However, Bournemouth, it's been an absolute honour and a pleasure. Please put your hands together for the 2023 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrows! Red 1 puts his smoke on, he gathers the rest of the formation, and they make their way back to Bournemouth Airport to land where we're operating for the next few days. If you'd like any more information about the Red Arrows, you can look us online, raf.mod.uk/Red Arrows. We're also on X, the new Twitter, and also Insta, RAF Red Arrows. All the pilots have their own Instagram accounts. I am RAF Red 10. Find me, you'll find the rest of the pilots. See any images today, hashtag Red Arrows, we'll pick them up, we'll share them across social media. I'll be down at the Red Arrows PR tent in the RAF Village in about 5-10 minutes if you want to come and say hello. I'm also selling the Red Arrows prints. They are signed by the pilots. They're £10 cash only. You can also get them at the RAF Benevolent stall down there. Again, £10, or I think they're £30 framed from them, but ours aren't framed. However, on behalf of the Red Arrows and the Royal Air Force, I want to thank you for sticking out today. I hope you've had a wonderful day. Please take care of yourself. If you're here over the rest of the weekend, I hope to see you again. But thanks for your support, and I'll see you again in the future. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Put your hands together, please. Big Bournemouth Air Festival farewell to Red Tin Squadron Leader Graham Muscat, doing a fantastic job. And, of course, he'll be back tomorrow and Sunday as well, and the weather is going to be back with us. Stay where you are, because in just a few minutes' time, we have the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a marvellous display that was, but it's not all over from the Royal Air Force yet. In fact, it's not over for some while because we're going to see the Typhoon later on. But right now, a special treat, and in many ways delighted that they did change the schedule a bit because it's perfect timing now to see the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. And to tell you all about them, please welcome Master Air Crewman David Neal.
Well, good afternoon everyone here in Bournemouth. My name is Dave Neal. I'm delighted to introduce you the Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. The BBMF is in its 66th year, having been formed officially in 1957. Our fleet of World War II aircraft are preserved in a flying condition as a living tribute to the 120,000 men and women who gave their lives in service across all branches of the armed forces. Each of the BBMF aircraft has its own unique history, but each aircraft also wears a colour scheme which commemorates a particular battle, campaign, individual unit or aircrew, with stories of inspirational human endeavour, courage and fortitude. Our aircraft are now approaching from crowd left. I'd like to give you a moment to appreciate the roar of the iconic engines as they make their initial approach to display for you here today. What an entrance, and one that we hope will stay with you long after today's display. Today's display aircraft will comprise of a Lancaster, Hurricane and a Spitfire. Based at RAF Conisbee in Lincolnshire since 1976, we are a regular flying squadron of the Royal Air Force. We have a very small but dedicated team of RAF regulars, reserves and civil servants who are all involved in making these displays possible. We have roles ranging from aircraft engineers and pilots to operations, admin, public relations and training personnel who work behind the scenes. We are a living memorial to those that serve, honouring and promoting the courage and bravery of those that came before us. However, we also proudly give our support and inspiration to the future generations and support several STEM initiatives through virtual reality and simulator experiences. The BBMF aircraft attend over 900 events with displays and flypasts, meaning we appear in front of millions every summer. We support events from village fetes to state occasions and travel to all corners of the United Kingdom, as well as occasional visits overseas. The specific aircraft we have displaying for you today are Spitfire MK356, Hurricane PZ865 and Lancaster PA474. Spitfire MK356. Built at Castle Bromwich, the Spitfire MK356 is a Mark 9E Spitfire, which was allocated to the newly formed 443 Hornet Squadron, Royal Canadian Air Force at RAF Digby in 1944. In the 60 days around D-Day, MK flew 60 operational sorties, was damaged by enemy fire on 3 occasions and suffered 3 wheels-up landings.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I apologise for interrupting at the moment, but a number of people are making their way out to sea beyond the yellow marker buoys. Would you please return back to within the beach area, the close beach area? We will be dispatching some of our supervisory maritime staff along, but if you get any out too much further, we will unfortunately have to cease this display. Please make your way back to the beach area. Thank you.
Spitfire MK356 is now painted in a desert camouflage scheme to represent Spitfire MK Mark 9C EN152, which was one of the Mark 9 Spitfires operated by number 92 Squadron alongside the unit's Mark 5s in Tunisia in 1943. One of EN152's pilots was a much-respected RAF ace, Squadron Leader Neville Duke, who became the highest scoring Allied ace of the Mediterranean theatre of war. When Duke finally ceased frontline flying, he went home near the end of the war in 1944. He was still only 22 years old. This particular Spitfire MK featured as a static airframe in the epic film The Battle of Britain, and in 1992 completed a restoration to airworthy status was begun by a team from St Athan. The refurbishment was completed in 1997 when the aircraft flew again for the first time in 53 years, subsequently joining the BBMF. A very special aircraft, Hurricane PZ-865, was the last Hurricane to be built, rolling off the Hawker production line at Langley in July 1944, with the inscription, "The last of the many," on her port and starboard sides. Keen to preserve the last Hurricane built, Hawkers purchased the aircraft back from the Air Ministry and kept it in storage at Langley. In 1950, PZ-865 was entered into the King's Cup Air Race by Her Royal Highness Princess Margaret, flown by Group Captain Peter Townsend. It achieved second place. During the 1960s, PZ was returned to its wartime camouflage scheme and made numerous displays appearances, often in the hands of the famous fighter pilot and test pilot Bill Bedford. It also appeared in the film The Battle of Britain. In March 1972, after a complete overhaul, PZ-865 was flown to Coltishall and presented by Hawker Siddeley to the BBMF. PZ-865 currently appears in the all-black night fighter colour scheme, replicating Hurricane Mark II-C BE-634, coded ZYV, of 247 Squadron. The squadron's Hurricanes were used for night air defence of the Plymouth and Exeter area, and for night intruder operations against targets in northwestern France. And last but by no means least to display today is the Avro Lancaster PA-474, which is one of only two of these iconic four-engine heavy bombers still airworthy, out of nearly 7,400 that were built. She is a flying memorial to those who served in the RAF Bomber Command and those who tragically lost their lives. This year we remember Operation Chastise, known as the Dam Busters Raid, which took place 80 years ago this year. PA-474 was built by the Vickers Armstrong Broughton factory in Harden in 1945 at the end of the war and did not see any operational service. The aircraft joined the BBMF in 1973, making this her 50th year with us. PA474 was officially adopted by the City of Lincoln in 1975, and permission was granted for the aircraft to display the coat of arms and the name of the city on its nose. PA474 is currently painted on its port side as Lancaster W5005 ARL leader, with nose art depicting a kangaroo in miner's boots playing the bagpipes, representing the mixed nationalities of its crew at the time. On the starboard side, the aircraft wears the 50 Squadron code letters VNT, which were the code letters of the aircraft in which Flying Officer Dougie Milliken flew 27 of the 35 operations on his tour with 50 Squadron. He was the grandfather to former OC BBMF Andy Milliken. We are very proud to have Lancaster PA474 based at Coningsby in Lincolnshire, the very heart of Bomber County. If you would like to keep up to date with our activity, you can find us on social media. You can follow us on Twitter and Instagram at RAFBBMF and on Facebook at bbmf.official. You can also visit our PR team, who are here at the show with us today to answer any of your questions. We have been the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, and we hope that you have enjoyed our display here today in Bournemouth. I will leave you with one final thought, which is our flight's motto: lest we forget.
And as the Lancaster flies off into the setting sun this evening, let us remember, along with that motto, the 2,353 airmen that flew in the Battle of Britain. 574 of them were not even born. We lost 544 during the course of that, and just over 1,500 aircraft. The average age of the British fighter pilots was just 22, and the average life expectancy just 4 weeks. The number of Battle of Britain pilots killed on top of those of the bomber fleet, another 791 in a campaign that lasted just 114 days. And there concludes what has been a memorable afternoon. We take a short break now. Make sure you're all back on the beach for 7:30 this evening when we go into our evening night show featuring some extraordinary machines, starting off with the Typhoon, then the Firebirds back again, Nigel and John with fireworks on their wings. Also the helicopter literally exploding in the sky, although the helicopter stays in one piece, you'll be glad to know. And then finishing off with the Tigers freefall team, all lit up, especially for this evening. Coming up at 18:20, the unarmed combats in the lower gardens, and then at 18:45, beat retreat, showing on the screens down there in the gardens at 19:45 is the Greatest Showman, and then all together back at 10 o'clock tonight, 2200, for the fabulous firework display from Bournemouth Pier. I'm going to hand you back now shortly while I get a decent tea break as well. Make sure you tune into 102.8 FM. They'll keep you up to date with any changes in the meantime. Right now, it's over to you and over to them. I'll see you back at 7:30.